I now bow to my right and to my left. And having done so, I request all delegates to observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, allow me to please remind you that rules and processes apply for this hybrid city. I would also like to remind delegates of rules relating to virtual and hybrid meetings and sittings, in particular sub-rules 21, 22, 23, and rule 103, 103, which provides as follows: that the hybrid sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that delegates in the hybrid sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that for purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged onto the virtual platform shall be considered present, that delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak, that delegates should ensure that the microphones on their electronic devices are muted and must always remain muted unless they are permitted to speak. That all delegates in the chamber must connect to the virtual platform as well as insert their cards to register on the chamber system. That delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphones. That all delegates may participate in the discussions through the chat room. In addition, I would also like to remind delegates that the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and members of the executive on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on the electronic devices is properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation instruments on their desks to access the interpretation facilities. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister and Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Higher Education, Science and Innovation, and the Minister and Deputy Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, all MECs, all special delegates, permanent delegates, and the SALGA representatives to the House. I'm sure we can put our hands together for a change to welcome the ministers. You want to put your hands together for the ministers. Mletan, I can see your eyes are popping out. Anyway, ministers, deputy ministers, you are welcome. I've also been informed that there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Having gone through this little motion of going through the information on the motions, we'll now proceed to the first order, policy debate on budget vote 17, Higher Education and Training Appropriation Bill, B3 2023, National Assembly, Section 77. I now call on Honorable Zat Nzimande, Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, to open the debate. Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Amos Masondo, Raambik Tinesquazio, Deputy Ministers who are present here and MECs, including special delegates, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Education, Technology, Sports, Arts and Culture, Mr. Nchabeleng, the Acting Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, Ms. Tembisa Fuchane, the DSI, Department of Science and Innovation Director General, Dr. Philip Joacha, leadership of our entities who have joined us here, and the entire fraternity of the post-school education and training, as well as the National Science of Innovation fraternity. Honorable members, to all of you, it's my pleasure once more to address the NCOP today, marking my fourth address to the House since the beginning of our sixth administration, as led by our President, Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa. Although my Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation is a national function, our work as the Minister is grounded in all provinces and in many localities through our regional offices and our institutional landscape. I'm grateful for the support I continue to receive from premiers and MECs of education and economic development in particular in various provinces. This support has been aptly demonstrated through various projects that both my Department of Higher Education and Training, as well as the Department of Science and Innovation, are implementing in all our provinces and municipalities. In recent times, this support has also been demonstrated during my official handing over of the off-the-grid media and computer lab as part of my ministerial project at Muluku Primary School in Limpopo. The next provinces that will benefit from this off-the-grid media and computer lab projects is going to be in Mpumalanga, Northwest, and the Eastern Cape provinces. Honorable Chair and honorable members, our Department of Higher Education and Training strives to create a South Africa that can provide decent opportunities for youth and adults through education and skills development initiatives. In order to align the skills required by our economy, we are reconceptualizing the human resources development strategy of South Africa, as well as its implementation plan towards the development of what we call a countrywide master skills plan. In this financial year, we will also be updating our national list of occupations in high demand. And for the first time, we'll be piloting the first list of occupations in high demand in provinces. And we're going to be piloting this with 2 provinces, Mpumalanga and the Western Cape provinces. To ensure access, especially to the children of the working class and the poor, to our post-school education and training system, through the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, we are now funding about 1.1 million students with a budget allocation of 47.6 billion rands in the current financial year. Of this amount, universities have been allocated 38.6 billion and TVET colleges 8.9 billion. And it is the first time in the history of NSFAS that we have passed the 1 million mark in NSFAS student funding. This is commitment that this government of the African National Congress is indeed committed in uplifting, especially the children of the working class and the poor. We are now working towards the finalization of a new comprehensive student funding model based on the considerations of this report, which we aim to submit to Cabinet before the end of this year. Through this, we aim to introduce measures to support all the categories of students, including those who are not supported by the current NSFAS funding policy that we normally refer to as the missing middle. Honorable Chair and honorable members, our National Development Plan commits to growing technical and vocational education and training with specific emphasis on its size, differentiation, articulation, efficiency, and functional effectiveness in response to the broader national development challenges. Our sector education and training authorities, the SETAs, have injected 138,600,000 rand for the workplace training, which was paid directly to employers, especially to produce more artisans. Currently, South Africa is producing on average about 20,000 qualified artisans per annum. Ours is to ensure that the number increase significantly so we meet our National Development Plan target of producing 30,000 qualified artisans per year by 2030. We are convinced that not only are we on course, Honorable Chair and honorable members, to produce this number of artisans, we think we are more likely to even exceed this target. We have expanded our centers of specialization to 34 centers at 20 TVET colleges to enhance workplace-linked training of artisans and related occupations, with a further investment of 68 million rands in 16 of our colleges, who now have 33 trade test centers. When this government took over in 1994, there was only one place to test artisan, which was Olifantsfontein in Gauteng. We now have got 33 trade test centers, so that not everyone will have to travel to Gauteng. My apologies, Chair, I'm recovering from flu. I hope that I'm not going to spread it here. If I were to select who to spread it to, I would say so, but it would be unparliamentary to say so. Currently, 26 of our colleges are engaged in entrepreneurial training through our entrepreneurship hubs. We are hard at work to ensure that all our colleges are involved in some form of entrepreneurship training, and we plan to, through our Department of Science and Innovation, also to introduce innovation hubs in our TVET colleges. To date, our department has opened up 14,954 TVET placement opportunities to the value of 726 million rand. And we also committed to achieve a target of 20,000 placement of unemployed TVET college graduates this financial year, as per the President's commitment in the State of the Nation Address 2023. Through our career development services, our department participated in 36 career exhibitions and 41 career and employability sessions, which benefited 72,175 grade 9 to 12 learners and unemployed youth in all of our provinces. More than 1,264 educators, student support services staff, and career development practitioners in our provinces participated in career-related capacity building that we conducted as a department. Honorable Chair and honorable members, in pursuit of our commitment to elevate the status of community education and training, and to accommodate the youth that is not in education, employment, or training, the needs, as we call them, we have reprioritized 1.052 billion rand over the current medium-term expenditure framework period for the development of infrastructure across all 9 community education and training colleges. Planning for the construction of these facilities has already commenced, and is the first time in the history of South Africa that our community colleges which were formerly adult education centers, are going to have their own infrastructure, because so far we are using school infrastructure after hours. 96% of community college learning centers, as I say, operate from public schools. Therefore, building these centers will enable us to do more than just catering for those who want to complete their schooling, adults who left school early, but also to offer skills programs and other occupational and non-formal programs. I'm delighted to indicate that our community colleges are now providing such skills already and non-formal programs that leads to opportunities for sustainable livelihoods. And these are in addition to the ordinary academic offerings aimed at youth and adults who never had the opportunity to complete their schooling. Honorable Chair and honorable members, I also need to point out that to date, our Department of Higher Education and Training has invested over 3.7 billion rand for the maintenance and repairs of TVET college infrastructure. Areas of maintenance include renovation of existing student accommodation, new roofing, painting, plumbing, glazing, electrical works, water, as well as sewer reticulation. We have also completed the construction of 9 new TVET college campuses at a cost of 2.6 billion rands. This therefore means that the majority of our students, all these new campuses, by the way, are in rural areas, which means a majority of our youth in some areas now, rural areas, will have access to technical and vocational education. Our completed campuses include Gungundlovu TVET College, the Msinga campus, Mtashana TVET College, Kwanongoma, Ikhala TVET College in Aliwal North, Ingwe TVET College in the Eastern Cape, Waterberg TVET College in Tabazimbi, Limpopo, and Mfolozi TVET College in KZN. In addition, work is proceeding at Ikhala TVET College in Sterkspruit, Gersibande TVET College in Balfour in Mpumalanga. Planning is underway for the completion also of Mgungundlovu TVET College in Greytown, as well as Bambanana College, KwaMhlabu yaLingana. So KwaMhlabu yaLingana ke Honorable Chair, kutholakala nje lezi ezinye izinto okuthiwa ziyatholakala, sekuzotholakala nemfundo manje yasema TVET colleges. So this ANC government is committed and is delivering to the people of South Africa. On university infrastructure, of the total amount currently available for investment in infrastructure projects across all 26 existing universities during the 2023-24 to 2025-26 MTF period is 8.662 billion rand. I'm pleased to say also we've completed feasibility studies for the establishment of the 2 new universities, one, the University of Science and Innovation in Ekurhuleni, and the Crime Detection University in Hammanskraal, which have been completed and will be presented to Cabinet for its consideration. In other words, in Hammanskraal now, we are not only just going to be talking about cholera, we're also going to be talking about a new university in that area. The construction of these 2 new universities will see a total of 4 new universities built by the ANC government since the dawn of our democracy in 1994, a huge achievement indeed. This will add to the Sol Plaatje University in the Northern Cape in Kimberley and the University of Mpumalanga in Bombela. We have completed the process towards the allocation of 182 million rands towards our multi-educational institution of Imbali and Science Precinct for accelerated implementation. Through our Department of Science and Innovation Mobile Applications Laboratory, or MLabs, we will also be strengthening that precinct's 4IR innovation system together with what we call InnoBees at the Durban University of Technologies Midlands Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation.
Minister, just a second.
Chairperson, why don't the minister say?
What I say, on what point I rise in first?
Chair, on freedom of speech, Chair.
Yeah.
Why don't the minister why don't the minister say the government instead to say the ANC?
We can't even hear you. You're not
I
even
said,
audible.
why don't the minister say the government instead to say the ANC on his speech?
And now we'll proceed. We can't even hear what Honorable is saying. Please proceed, Minister.
Thanks, Chair. I think I lost a few seconds, by the way, whilst the honorable member was wanting to answer, to ask that non-question. The MLab will establish a community-centered coding laboratory and start an ecosystem development program focused on school learners and selected community members. I'm also pleased to say that we've now commenced with the feasibility study of establishing a university campus in Giyani in Limpopo through the establishment of a campus of the Tshwane University of Technology. The feasibility study also on the establishment of the University of Zululand satellite campus in Ulundi has been completed. The construction design for this campus will commence in this financial year. We now also have completed the building of the beautiful Sekhukhune Skills Development Center to the value of 146.9 million rands through our wholesale and retail sector in conjunction with the Sekhukhune TVET College. On student housing infrastructure, the review of the existing DHET National Treasury Development Bank of Southern Africa partnership for the delivery of student housing infrastructure is reaching finality. A number of institutions have benefited from this program, including the Nelson Mandela University George Campus with 198 beds, Northwest University Mahikeng Campus, 1,728 beds, as well as University of Fort Hare, East London Campus, which has gotten 1,437 beds, and other institutions that I won't mention now because of time. Funding for phase 2 ship projects at the 4 institutions, namely Gersimande TVET College, Majuba TVET College, Tshwane University of Technology and the University of KwaZulu-Natal have also been approved, and these projects are projected to cost 2.1 billion rands. Honorable Chair and honorable members, our Department of Science and Innovation, in collaboration with the South Africa Local Government Association, the Viability and Validation of Innovations for Service Delivery Program, we are piloting technologies and innovations that can improve the delivery of basic services such as water, sanitation, renewable energy at local government level. We are currently supporting 32 municipalities who are currently going through this program. Through the Living Labs program, we have established 11 community embedded labs in rural villages and townships in a variety of our provinces. These labs are supporting 200 aspiring innovators through design thinking training, the development of 28 prototypes and 17 market-ready products, and the registration of 14 businesses. To support municipalities in driving an innovation-led economic development agenda, we have initiated what we call the Innovation Champions for Local Economic Development Programs, which will be rolled out to all our 44 districts in the country in support of the district development model. In other words, our Department of Science and Innovation is leading a program of science that is servicing the people. We are currently implementing the program in the Vembe and OR Tambo district municipalities in partnership with the University of Venda, as well as with Walter Sisulu, as well in the Eastern Cape. Through the Grassroots Innovation Program, we have enlisted over 140 young entrepreneurs and an additional 60 enrolled through our collaboration with the Development Bank of Southern Africa. We are also working with ESCOM in a project for young scientists, the insurance sector, and the Department of Tourism. We will also continue to support the consortium led by the World Health Organization to develop and build the mRNA vaccine technology transfer hub locally. In fact, Honorable Chair and members, we are now, as the Department of Science and Innovation, together with our partners, ready to produce the first local vaccine for COVID-19 and other diseases and pandemics. The aim of this mRNA hub is to diversify vaccine manufacturing and specifically accelerate vaccine production in Africa through a consortium made up of the Medicines Patent Pool, BioVac, Afrigen Biologics, and the vaccines, working together with the South African Medical and Research Council. In response to the growing cancer challenge in the African continent, this is a new pandemic, actually. Cancer is just taking so many of our people. Tomorrow here, Honorable Chair and members in the Western Cape, I will be launching the South African Isotope Facility, which is managed by the National Research Foundation, an entity of our Department of Science and Innovation. This is our flagship program based at Itemba Labs, and the facility will conduct advanced research and training capacity, as well as increase the production capacity for radioisotopes, including new generation novel radioisotopes as part of our fight against cancer. In conclusion, I call upon the members of the NCOP to please continue to support our initiatives, to provide strategic leadership, and I'm also inviting you to do your oversight at all these facilities that I've actually mentioned, so that you can see all what I've spoken about here is there. Those who are saying that this government is doing nothing, I invite you members to go and show that. For your non-question, there is indeed a government, but it is a fact that it is an ANC-led government. Ngiyabonga, Sihlalo.
Thank you very much, Minister. We will now move on to our next speaker, Honorable M.E. Nchabeleng, who's going to be virtual. Honorable Nchabeleng.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, Ndate Masonto, and your Deputy Mayor Lucas, Honorable Members of Parliament serving in the NCOP, Honorable Minister Dr. Nzimande, and Deputy Minister Honorable Manamela. Greetings to the chairpersons of boards of entities linked to the department, and greetings also to the Director General and the management of the department, all ladies and gentlemen. Comrades, the African National Congress stands to affirm and echo with certainty that we have improved access to education and knowledge. We believe that education and training is a basic human right, and that all South Africans should have access to lifelong education and training, irrespective of race, class, gender, creed, age, sexual orientation, and physical or mental disability. We therefore need to be responsive to higher education matters as an apex policy priority of the African National Congress. Honorable Chairperson, I have a problem with the gadget, the phone, so that's why my video is off. The demand for higher education has far outstripped the supply capacity of the post-schooling education and training sector. The concentration and demand for university education is an area we should assess to ensure our skills development response to other economic needs which require technical and occupational skills. The two most important in this regard are the massification of the college system enrollment in community education training colleges and technical and vocational education and training colleges. This means that the agitating need for the country to take seriously the need to focus on increasing considerably the number of intakes in TVETs and community education and training centers is upon us. It is the department's priority and task to achieve and implement this national development plan target. Then secondly, the diversification of the public universities, where the minister articulates that this diversification must be based on the university's strengths and the needs of the communities in which they are located. Sector specialization with diversity enhances industry competencies amongst graduates. Honorable Chairperson, we are in agreement with the department when they say that the increase of enrollment in TVET colleges must be guided by standardizing of registration and admission processes in the TVET sector, to do away with different processes which have been applied by our colleges in that process. It will help in the migration from manual to online registration processes in all our TVET colleges to keep up with the challenges or upgrades of digitization and technological advancement. It is pleasing, Chair, to know that there has been student growth in several colleges that have embraced the use of technology in their enrollment processes, reducing the number of walk-ins at TVET colleges. Nothing is as more encouraging than having a government that is not deaf to the cries of our people. To get such progress in our TVET sector drives us to be steadfast in doing even more and greater. The increase of learners entering artisanal programs has been at the center of the objectives to be achieved at a high rate by the department and sector. The limited centers and caps on intakes for artisanal programs have not assisted. We need improvement and progressive responsive measures to increase capacity. We must commend the ministry for its responsiveness to such matters raised. Honorable members, the expansion of centers of specialization established at about 20 TVET colleges are a major investment. Our commitment to the TVET sector is that the funding of education is to ensure upscaling training in artisanal skills, promotion of technical and vocational education and training as a career of choice. With that being said, the increase in artisan learners trained in TVET colleges measures the reality and outputs of expanding and building centers. 16 colleges in total have now 35 trade centers, test centers, and they have trained over 600 artisans, and that over 500 have qualified as artisans. Honorable members, the minister is encouraging by investing his time in the actual programs of artisans and has hosted the first ever centralized national artisan graduation ceremony for artisans qualifying in the top 13 of trades in high demand. This is for the first time in the history of South Africa. I'm sure at this point, we can also truly see in all transparency and true form that the African National Congress is people-centered and everything is done for the benefit of our people. This should be commended and encouraged to be even greater and extended to many other programs. We call for an enhanced implementation of the advocacy strategy to support and guide community education and training center colleges to meet the enrollment target by attracting more young people to register in the colleges. Several problems faced by the higher education sector in terms of student funding. This affects the progression of students to complete their studies on time and their livelihoods as well. It is important for us to ensure that the sustainable funding models is finalized. If this should not be done, we will find ourselves as a country in an ongoing crisis. His Excellency, the President, in the State of the Nation address, confirmed that for this year, one of the plans of government is to finalize the comprehensive student funding model for higher education, particularly for students who fall outside current NSFAS criteria, reaching those who are known as, in quotes, the missing middle. The department will make considerations on the submission of the student funding implementation framework for approval scheduled for the 31st of October this year by the department. This submission will be accompanied by the revised draft fee increase regulatory framework for approval. With a budget of 47.6 billion in the 2023 academic period allocated to the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, and as far as the department for the first time passed the 1 million mark that had been a target to be achieved in funding students. This covers 1.1 million students from TVET colleges and universities. We are getting somewhere, even though it is not easy, but we are surely not sliding back in realizing the importance of education and funding for the poor and missing middle. And as far as now, being a bursary and no longer a loan is progressive. It pays out the full cost of study, including tuition, accommodation, and pays living allowances monthly for students. Students staying in private accommodation or off campus qualify for transport advances, allowances, which are paid out to them. The introduction of direct payment through the NSFAS bank card for TVET colleges have been a step up in students' ability to get their allowances on time and efficiently. Measuring the number of enrollment in the PSET institution. In measuring the number of enrollment in the PSET sector, it will be important to increase the number of lecturers participating in digital literacy programs, especially concerning the TVET sector basic technology skills, especially after the pandemic where learning took place online versus the sector to ensure that the lecturers can participate digitally. We need to advocate and support the department in ensuring that all public TVET colleges sign at least 2 protocols with the industry to place lecturers and learners for workplace experience, coupling this with implementing student-focused entrepreneurial development program. Chairperson and honorable members, it is important to note that the sector must be committed not only to increasing the quality of education through increased access, but also to improving the quality of the education itself. There will be a need for adequate provision of basic resources, such as equipment and textbooks, improving teacher training and development, and improving the teacher-pupil ratio. As also for note, the minister declared that as the department, they will be hosting a TVET curriculum review and transformation seminar from the 28th to the 30th of August 2023 this year. The South African Qualification Authority must play a role in being able to reduce the certification backlog and have a uniform, standardized in the process of issuing certificates. There will be a need of reviewing TVET college programs and qualification to make them more responsive to and aligned with government priorities. The African National Congress believes that the government can deliver basic services which are essential for the realization of South Africa's economic, social, and cultural rights. This requires continued transparency of decisions taken by the government on matters concerning higher learning institutions. This includes effective oversight by the legislature over the ministers' departments and higher education institutions. This is being done by the department when the minister responds and addresses the matter on the arrest of 5 men that were accused of killing at the University of Fort Hare, and the arrest of 8 persons concerning alleged fraud and corruption at South Cape TVET colleges. The department is actually at war with corruption. We're engaging corruptors, locking them up, making sure that education and training is not affected by such tendencies. The departments do need to look into the challenges of lack of awareness of coping mechanism resulting in an abuse of substance, particularly among the youth in the higher education and training institution. We must increase the work of health and the Department of Social Development to host campaigns on campuses and colleges to promote mental health and awareness on how to respond to GBV and how to deal with drug problems or to avoid taking drugs. There is a need for the provision of additional academic and psychosocial support for students. Honorable Chairperson, we are confident in the work done by Minister Platin Zimande, and we will see more rapid positive changes in the post-schooling education and training sector. The ANC support this budget vote. I thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Nchabeleng. We will now proceed to Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, fellow South Africans, good day. Honorable Chairperson, just before we begin, I would just like to say that this morning we received the terrible news that our colleague and friend, the Mayor of Modimolle, Mokopong Municipality, Marlene van Staden, has sadly passed away. She was a formidable woman, a servant leader, a person of enormous compassion. Our sincere condolences. It's been an incredible loss to us. Our sincere condolences to Marlene's family, colleagues, and friends. Our thoughts and prayers are with them all. Chairperson, the ongoing chaos and disruption at universities across South Africa highlights the failure of the Minister of Education and Training to effectively address the grievances of our students. Recent incidents, such as the setting ablaze of buildings at the University of Port Hare, the University of Limpopo, and the Vaal University of Technology, demonstrate the deep-rooted frustration among our students. These protests, fueled by concerns over exam timetables, accommodation, and unpaid allowances, have resulted in violent clashes, property damage, and even loss of life. Actions I have to state I categorically denounce. Additionally, let us not forget the shocking attempted murder of the Vice-Chancellor, along with the tragic murder of his bodyguard, which sheds light on the rampant corruption and maladministration plaguing institutions of higher learning across South Africa. A matter of growing concern, Chairperson, is the worrisome decrease in enrollment rates within the technical and vocational education institutions, the TVET sectors. The department's own admission reveals a 14% decrease in enrollment from 2018 to 2021. This decline can be attributed to the misalignment between funding and enrollment plans. Such a decline undermines our ability to address the skills shortage in our country effectively and hinders our national development challenges. While the department aims to mobilize the private and developmental sectors to expand the TVET sector, the lack of adequate infrastructure remains a huge concern. Without proper facilities and resources, we cannot hope to have a reimagined CET college sector that meets the demands of our communities and prepares our students adequately for the workforce. Urgent attention must be given to addressing this infrastructure deficit to ensure our students have the necessary resources and facilities to excel. Honorable Chairperson, while the White Paper for Post-School Education and Training outlines key policy directives for improving articulation between institutions and their programs, these directives often remain mere words on paper due to ineffective implementation. We need a strong commitment from the department to ensure these policies are translated into action for the benefit of our students and the overall development of our nation. Another pressing concern is the provision of student accommodation. This cannot be stressed enough. It has been a problem that the minister and department has had for a number of years and seem unable to resolve. The department acknowledges the need for rapid expansion in this area, but without concrete plans and efficient resource allocation, countless students are left without a safe and conducive learning environment. Dilapidated residences and the absence of safety measures on campuses have not been given adequate attention. Additionally, the National Student Financial Aid Scheme has failed young people in this country. Financial exclusion letters and late bursary payments have become all too common, leaving students in limbo and hindering their ability to pursue their studies. Now, the department claims that 96.6% of student funding has been paid. Yet, Honorable Chairperson, CPUT, UWC, NMU are taking to the streets due to delays and non-payment of NSFAS funding. The promise of free education, which was meant to uplift and empower our youth, has not been delivered in its true essence. Students have taken to the streets, protesting against NSFAS funding delays, losing hope while awaiting outcomes of appeals, some for years now. Additionally, the department's inability to deal with appeal cases effectively leaves our students languishing, unable to complete their qualifications. This not only affects their individual futures, but also hampers the overall development and progress of our country. Under the leadership of Minister Blade Nzimande, the Department of Higher Education and Training has failed many of our students. TVETs receive poor funding for relevant curriculum areas, and the lack of backup generators for load shedding during classes further hinders their ability to deliver quality education. Minister, this misalignment between TVET education and the skills needed in our country is a significant contributing factor to the high number of students currently at home. They are unable to access education and they are unable to secure employment opportunities. The high dropout rate of 60% in the first year at TVET colleges is equally concerning for the sector. Honorable Chairperson, more worrying is the fact that TVET students in the Northern Cape have been waiting for their certificates, some for as long as 10 years. Furthermore, at the rural TVET college in the Northern Cape, students have been waiting to be allocated for their trade tests for more than a year. And yet, the minister tells us that he is committed to artisanship in the country. Furthermore, the department's entities are plagued with underperformance, corruption, and mismanagement of funds. Tenderpreneurs and service providers have been empowered to rob higher education institutions, diverting resources meant for student development and infrastructure development. This kind of corruption erodes the trust of our education system and hampers its ability to fulfill its purpose of empowering our youth. The department's underperformance is evident in its failure to meet its targets. This gradual and constant regression of the department under the current leadership is of great concern to all of us. It is clear that a change in approach and a commitment to effective governance and management are urgently needed to reverse this trend and ensure the department fulfills its mandate. The chronic dysfunction, corruption, and inadequate governance within our higher education institutions are deeply rooted problems, Minister, and they demand immediate attention. We cannot ignore the stakeholder conflicts, student protests, violent confrontations, and the burning of buildings that have become all too common. These issues result in a loss of teaching time, withdrawal of funders, delays in research, and the exodus of talented academics and teachers. Furthermore, corruption within our universities is a cancer that must be eradicated. In conclusion, political interference in university councils adds another layer of complexity to the challenges we face. Ministerial appointees often prioritize political roles over their responsibilities. Fellow South Africans, it is time to demand accountability, transparency, and ethical leadership within our higher education system. Looking ahead to the 2024 elections, our tenure in office, made possible by the Moonshot Pact, will provide a decisive opportunity for both public and private education sectors to drive a knowledge-based economy that fosters innovation and propels economic growth. The Democratic Alliance remains resolute in our dedication to ensuring South Africa's youth are not forgotten as we guide them to a brighter future and more promising South Africa. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Next is Honorable Nsube on the virtual platform.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Council, the Deputy Chairperson, the Minister and the Deputy Minister.
You must come to
present here,
Parliament.
the Chief Whip of the Council, the permanent and special delegates. Honorable Chairperson, infrastructure development and maintenance is a priority to ensure that there are facilities that are made available for teaching and learning continues to be an imperative to the African National Congress-led government. Our government understand that many of our young people are keen and are craving the opportunity to further their studies in all different higher education institutions, and therefore, although it can be argued by the opposition that this priority is expensive to develop and maintain, it yields a high value over time for a far educated, knowledgeable and a skilled workforce of our citizens. We furthermore appreciate the ongoing work done by the Minister of Higher Education, Minister Blazing demanded to ensure that the department is taking responsive measures to the building of higher institutions of learning and student accommodation. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC has been deliberate on the monitoring and evaluation of the expansion and the access of teaching and learning in TVET colleges and CET colleges to cater for the needs of our people, for them to have such access. It is important to ensure that we have buildings in our communities that will enable them to thrive. It is therefore important to note and commend that the work that is being done by the department to ensure that we have these TVET colleges and CET colleges. Honorable members, we must first appreciate and prioritization of infrastructure and efficiency grants towards community education and training that was to be redistributed over the medium-term financial period for infrastructure development. Although this had an impact on the baseline budget of higher education and training, it was a meaningful indicator of the realization of the importance of community education and trainings, showing that they are treated as any sector that provides a progressive contribution to the education sector. The Minister of Higher Education announced that concerning TVET capital projects, a total of 9 TVET colleges campuses have been completed. As the ANC, we are pleased with this development because it shows that as a country, we are responding to a basic societal needs. Honorable Chairperson, the TVET college campuses to be constructed as of the year 2023-2024, it's Umfolozi campus and Ngundlov. We want to mention of the maintenance and the repairs of TVET college infrastructure that has been prioritized and budgeted through the capital infrastructure and efficiency grant since the grant inception during the 2018 and 2019 financial year. It is encouraging to see that concerns often raised on a project cycle not being able to achieve its work are not hindering in this regard. We are pleased indeed, Chairperson, by the maintenance and repairs of the CIAG used for upgrading the information technology infrastructure. There have been budgeted construction plans for 9 community colleges, learning centers as well. As the ANC, we agree with the minister when he brings confirmation that this is history in making, as it is the first time the department is investing in infrastructure for CET colleges and furthermore making it a priority. The department has announced the construction of the first 3 community college centers, namely Tsiwane in Heidelberg, Gauteng, KwaXuka in Emalahle in Mpumalanga province, and Eerste Vierte in Western Cape. Chairperson, the construction will commence in the current 2023 and 2024 financial year. We hope that by the end of this year, at least we'll be able to see one of them being in completion. Honorable members, the update on the funding for phase 2 student housing infrastructure program projects at the following TVET institutions, Gertie Sibande TVET College and Majuba TVET College have been improved, and the planning of these projects have commenced. The ongoing work by our government shows the truth of the matter of deliverables. Honorable Chairperson, as there is a major need for facility for learning to be built, the agency of the special development of student accommodation becomes a pressing priority. We have many universities in protest due to the absence of student accommodation, having already accessed the sector for learning. There has been a poor evaluation of the student accommodation offered to our students in areas that are at times in high crime, far from the institution and highly congested. The ANC intends to see a transition in the student accommodation crisis for the livelihoods of our students. The department has plans for implementing 9 projects for the provision of 28,000 student beds. The construction of this will need agency as well as the technical capacity and capabilities for whoever who will be awarded a tender process of constructing the student accommodation. Honorable Chairperson, it is in the immediate, the minister accounted for the total of 8,282 beds that have been delivered across 16 institutions in the entire country. The institutions include Nelson Mandela University in Gqeberha, Northwest University, University of Western Cape, University of Fort Hare, and Valley University of Technology. Honorable Chairperson, it is important to note the need for upgrading facilities which indirectly impact the well-being of our nation when they are left unmaintained. They need to be equally building more when maintaining the others must be done subsequently, Chairperson. As the ANC, we believe that the building of high institution facilities and student accommodation improve the quality of the student life. Human capital formation is a direct consequence of the optimum levels of investment in social infrastructure, and including the optimal mix, therefore. Educational infrastructure of university, TVET, and CET are crucial for the well-being of the students and their mental health. Moreover, educational infrastructure increases the quality and productivity of human capital within our country. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC understands that infrastructure development is one of the fundamental requirements to promote productivity and inclusion. To address these major inequalities of the past, we still need to do work tirelessly in ensuring that historically disadvantaged Black institutions do not fail and can produce the best academically and otherwise. The government must ensure that previously disadvantaged institutions are equipped with ability to leverage modern technologies and modern infrastructure in the institutions to increase the competitiveness of the best educational facilities, accompanied by sports and others that are important. We stand to say that our previous disadvantaged institutions, including the TVET colleges, now rely on higher quality infrastructure for access to equal opportunities and equal access to services. We therefore want to appreciate the progress that is being done, and we welcome the refurbished infrastructure and a custom of teaching to cater or for the requirements of the people living with disabilities. Honorable members, the ANC is pleased to confirm that the departments have invested infrastructure projects across the 26 existing universities during the 2023 and 2024 to 2025-2026 budget. The government has completed the feasibility studies for the establishment of the University of Science and Innovation in Ekurhuleni and the Crime Detection University in Hammanskraal. The new universities should see actual construction in the coming year or two at 30% of the construction completion. We are happy with the establishment of the Giyani Educational Precinct through the establishment of a university campus with Tshwane University of Technology and the construction of a design phase of Ulundi campus of the University of Zululand that will commence in this current financial year, and that actual construction should commence in this financial year. Minister Blade Nzimande stated that government cannot and will not tolerate the threat to lives and destruction of property, and requests the university management to tighten up security in all university campuses to ensure the safety of all students. When he was responding to the student protest that was taking place at the CPUT in the Western Cape. Similar faced with the same circumstances was Nelson Mandela University, and recently banning of the building of the University of Fort Hare. We want to call upon the department in resolving the genuine student concerns and protest, it must continuously consult the university and student representatives. It becomes an important to be able to bring this harmony and cooperative governance engagements to address the issues. The Deputy Minister has been at work with training and higher health in continually monitoring the levels of gender-based violence, which remains persistently high, both nationally and within the education sector. He has raised concern that this puts particularly female students across the South African university and colleges in physical danger and causes the psychological stresses, causes fears and unsafety. As the ANC would like the department to work on having protocols such as measures of safe rooms in institutions that will be able to safeguard as well as have high security and police interventions, as well as the different areas where student accommodation and facilities are based. Honorable Chairperson, towards the conclusion, we commend the minister's work in the department, and further are excited to learn that the review of the existing Department National Treasury DBS Development Bank of the South Africa Partnership for the delivery of the student housing infrastructure program is also reaching its finality. This gives us a hope on the issue of student accommodation, which is currently a crisis. The program should contribute to the transforming the property market and create affordable quality student accommodation. Honorable Chairperson, we encourage the department to further explore ways of concession for unutilized infrastructure to optimize the usage and productivity of the education sector. We welcome, Chairperson, like the Minister has indicated, that we are foreseeing the first COVID-19 shots being produced locally in South Africa. And we wish to say that, Chairperson, you must applaud that effort and say that we should have more than just the vaccines, Chairperson. We should produce our cars like BMWs. You should produce our phones, Chairperson, so that we build a state capacity, Chairperson. We also wish to say that, Chair, to the Minister, that he must increase the capacity within the NSFAS for them to be able to be proactive and promptly deal with issues that are affecting the student. And we furthermore calling on the department to cancel the student debt, Chairperson. As the ANC, we support this budget vote. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nsube. We'll proceed to Honorable Lutuli.
Can I start,
Please proceed.
Chairperson? Ngibonge kakhulu Chairperson, ngibingelele Honorable Baha, siyabonga lapho uthi nawe ufuna ukubonakala khona namhlanje we-house. Thank you. Chairperson, this year marks a very important milestone in the politics of South Africa and the working class struggle. This year marks 10 years. Yes, it marks 10 years since the formation of the economic freedom fighters. The only radical and militant economic emancipation movement that brings together the progressive forces on a mission of economic freedom in our lifetime, something that the A doesn't even know. Yes, you can howl, but I still have time. As we celebrate the 10th year anniversary this year, we call upon all South Africans, even you, Bahade, we call you to come and donate to the giant organization. We call you to come and donate, and to donate you simple need to SMS EFF donation to 42191 or go to EFFonlinedonation.org. Yes, Deputy Chair, we hear you that side. And on our 10th year, Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters reject the budget vote debate for higher education. Chairperson, can I be protected, please? And it's a shame that the whole deputy chairperson is the one who's howling.
You don't have issues. Don't promote your parties.
Chairperson, I hope you are timing me because ANC is howling at me and taking my time. Thank you so much.
And which is not right.
We reject the budget of the Department of Higher Education that continues to face numerous challenges in the education, teaching, learning, and research. Chairperson, we reject the proposed budget of Department of Education, which has no feelings regarding the challenges students encounter during admission processes at different institutions. Chairperson, kuzobonakala sengathi sihlezi siwa-rejecta ama-budgets, kepha asikwazi ukuthi sivumelane ne-budget engakwazi ukukhulumisana nama-challenges esiwabona unyaka nonyaka lapha ama-student aze ancamele ukuthi ahambe ayotoyitoya ngenxa yama-issues akhona yonke iminyaka, ama-issues of accommodation and issues of ama-ENSFAS. Chairperson, namhlanje sila kusenama-TVET student abonakala engakawathola ama-allowances awo KwaZulu-Natal. Ngikhuluma ngeShowe, uminister uyazi kade eseShowe khona ey'nsukwini, uMfolozi College, iNkandla, uMfolozi College, kanye eLangeni, eNdwedwe, i-college. Namanje abakawathola ama-allowances abo. And abantwana balambile, abantwana abakwazi nanokukhokhela iy'ndawo zokuhlala ngenxa yokuthi lo mnyango lobonakala ungabanakekeli. And namhlanje kunama-thousands of ama-graduates abonakala engakawatholi iy'tifiketi zabo nama-degree abo. And uhulumeni ka-ANC ubonakala engene indaba nalokho. Minister Blade has failed to lead this nation to the realization of its own national development plan that was to see the post-schooling system meets the needs of the economy and the society. The entities under this department, into ebonakala ikwazi nje ukuyenza ukubonakala kuma-fraud and corruption cases nongakwazi ukuphatha kahle iy'mali osuke ubekelwe zona. This department keeps reducing targets and still fails to achieve them. There is a gradual and constant regression in this department. You are leading as an alleged leader, Minister. You have even failed to ensure accountability. Uwena-ke kanye nomnyango wakho. Asifuni ukukhuluma ngendaba yeka-NSFAS ngoba akho accountability lapho. This department has no clue on how to handle ama-corruption cases abonakala eseforte. Ayike nokho siya understand ukuthi kungani engekaza anakwe lama-corruption because abanye benu bathenga iy'tifiketi zabo ne-qualification yabo. Abanye benu enibaziyo and engaba-investigate ukuthi ngempela njengoba nje kuthiwa bayithengile lezi cucu abanazo ngempela bayithengile yini. Chairperson, the Department of Higher Education has not made any efforts or plan to protect our whistleblowers in the higher education. And kuyinkinga lokho ngoba abantu bayafuna ukukwazisa minister ukuthi kwenzakalani ngaphakathi eminyangweni ngoba phela wena awuhlezi ukhona ikhathi zonke kodwa noma sebekwazile ukutshela ukuthi hayi bona kwenzeka ukuthi nokuthi kodwa ayikho protection abayitholayo okwenza ukuthi kube nzima nokuthi bakwazi baqhubeke babike ngoba basabela impilo zabo. I-corruption minister ebonakala ilokhu ibikwa njalo eMangosuthu University of Technology, University of South Africa, University of Zululand and Mpumalanga University of Technology akubonakali kukhona abantu ababoshiwe akubonakali kukhona abantu ababuzwayo ukuthi kahle kahle kwenzakala. Uzosho njalo vese honorable Ndongeni because vese uprotecta igebengu into yeni leyo vese nikwazi ukuyenza ukuprotecta igebengu. The department has put no measures in place to address safety and security at tertiary institution and how social concerns like rape and death occurs my various campuses. Kuyinkinga ke lokho ezumuntu osifazana ukuthi ngimela namhlanje still ngikhulume ngama rape cases enzakalayo ngaphakathi kuma institution and okubonakala abafundi bengaprotectekile usuku nosuku sizwa kuthiwa endaweni ukuthi sekudlungula umuntu osifazana and lonto asikwazi ukuthi sishayele ihlombe. Chairperson, this issue of ukuthi kunabafundi abase-TVET abase-Northern Cape abala ko-32 okuzobe namhlanje abangakwathola ama-diplomas abo after 10 years. Kunamanye futhi ama-student abonakala awu-22 e-Appington nawo futhi abonakala ngayithola itifiketi zawo abangakwazi ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi baqhubeke bayokwenza ama-trade test awo. The budget is not clear whether the funds channels to TVET colleges would address inkinga ye-infrastructure, ebonakala i-collapse, and the inkinga infrastructure inkinga endala, Chairperson. Chairperson, the higher education is meant to care and look after the needs of students and make sure that their safety is a priority. This department and umphathiswa department does not like our student. In conclusion, Chairperson, yes, in conclusion, there have been no attempts to truly provide free accommodation for students, even though sibona kukhona amabhilidi akho uhulumeni abonakala ehlezi dengwane abonakala ukuthi uhulumeni kube impela uyabanakekela abafundi angabe uyawathatha amabhilidi awaconvert awenze indawo zokuhlala ama-student ukuze sikwazi ukubona ukuthi 2024 mhlawumbe uzoza nezinto ezingcono. But Chairperson, we as economic freedom fighters have constantly offered you and your department, Minister, a workable solution since 2013. The EFF is turning 10 years to this year. And we are a reminder to your department that after one indlela zokusebenza kwi-department nokwenza ukuthi impilo zabafundi zibe ngcono kodwa ngiyayirefuse nje anifuni ukuzizwa nje njobo ngoba anifuni ukuthi nisizakale nifuna ukubonakala sengathi nina node naziyo kanti sila nathi njenga wonke amaqembu ukuthi sizomela izinto zabantu siqhamuke emakhaya la abantu abasitshena khona sineyinkinga ezinjeni so uma besiqhamuka sizontshena ukuthi nazi indlela engase ikwazi ukuthi isize ukuthi umnyango wakho ube kahle ukuthi umnyango wakho ubonakale unalo uthando labafundi but njalo nihlezi ngafuni ukuyithatha izinto esinikeza zona. Chairperson, it is for these reasons that economic freedom fighters reject the budget vote for higher education. Thank you. Now you can
have issues. You don't have issues. You have provided non-alternative.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed. We'll now proceed to Honorable De Brain.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm quoting from a Business Tech article in June last year. The Professional Provident Society has warned that the government needs to do more to improve the standard of education in South Africa, saying that students themselves have largely lost faith in the quality of education and learning they receive at universities, close quote. Honorable Chair, according to a survey conducted by the Financial Services Group, found that as many as 25% of studying professionals felt that they were insufficiently prepared for higher education, while 43% of students said they were only moderately prepared. The survey included the responses from more than 3,000 students with a focus on professional degrees. and the majority of students said they had no confidence in the standard of higher education offered by the South African universities when compared internationally. We need, sorry, Honourable Chair. We need a more streamlined and effective system that ensures that every student receives the necessary funding. Sorry, I've lost my place here now, sorry, Chair.
Take
Honourable
your
Chair, we
time.
believe that the Minister should focus.
Refocus.
Yeah, here we have focus back. We believe that the Minister should focus on improving the quality of education in our institutions, rather than just increasing funding. Protest actions and unrest in some universities highlights the need for effective management and accountability in the use of funds. And we urge the Minister to ensure that universities are held accountable for their spending and that the quality of education remains a priority. Honourable Chair, with regards to NSFAS, it is commendable that the government is providing financial assistance for those who cannot afford to pay for their studies. But the system has proven to be flawed, Honourable Chair. The administrative inefficiencies and delayed in allocations of funds have resulted in many eligible students being left out of the system and ultimately dropping out due to financial constraints. We need a more streamlined and effective system that ensures every student receives the necessary funding on time. Furthermore, Honourable Chair, over the last few years, NSFAS reportedly had a loss of more than 50 billion rand in irregular expenditures. So with the average cost of 105,000 rand for a full-time student getting a degree in South Africa, 476,000 students could have received their degrees with that same 50 billion rand, Honourable Chair. The corruption and maladministration issues at NSFAS must be addressed, and we need to take an honest look at how many of the students that receive NSFAS funding are eligible, how many of these graduated, and what is the amount of funding that were wasted on dropout students. Agbare voorsitter, opvoedkundige gehalte in Suid-Afrika is swak, ten spyte van die relatief hoë vlakke van publieke besteding aan onderwys. Die land bestee gemiddelde 6% van sy BBP aan onderwys, wat goed vergelyk met ander lande. En die begroting en die befondsing van hoër onderwys is duidelik nie die hoofkwessie of die probleem nie. Die hoofoorsake vir swak onderwys is veelvlakkig, agbare voorsitter, en dit word geassosieer met onvoldoende vakkennis van sommige dosente, as ook geskiedenis, ras, taal, geografiese ligging en sosio-ekonomiese status. Voorsitter, lae opvoedkundige prestasie dra by tot lae produktiwiteit en hoë vlakke van armoede en werkloosheid. En onderrig in Suid-Afrikaanse universiteite en tersiêre fasiliteite word deur 'n magte om uitdagings geknou. En dosente het nie die basiese vaardighede en die noodsaaklike hulpbronne om onderrig en leer effektief te fasiliteer nie. Verder word kwaliteitmaatstawwe wat deur die Raad op Hoër Onderwys gestel is, slegs op papier gehaal en min of niks word gedoen om hierdie in die praktyk toe te pas nie. Verder, agbare voorsitter, moet die regering en die departement ophou om die verlede te blameer vir die tekortkominge in onderwys in Suid-Afrika. Geen kind of student baat hieruit nie. Erken dat julle in 30 jaar nie suksesvol kon regeer nie en word eerder 'n deel van die oplossing, eerder as om nog probleme te skep deur die rassespanning wat gepropageer word. Ons jeug wil fokus op die toekoms, agbare voorsitter. Hulle wil nie vashak in die verlede nie. En dit is die regering se plig om te verseker dat ons jeug 'n toekoms het om na te streef en voort te werk. En dit, voorsitter, sal een van die eerste prioriteite van die nuwe regering wees na die 2024 verkiesing. Dankie.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We will proceed to Honourable Parker.
No, I don't have much. I can't donate. I can't afford 10 rands. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable Minister, and fellow South Africans, good afternoon. Chairperson, I would like to pass my sincere condolences first to the family and relatives of a Mangosuthu University of Technology, Professor Roger Kupusemi, who was found murdered after an alleged robbery. I hope that the police will find all the perpetrators soon. It is quite disturbing that we see.
Please proceed, Honourable Parker.
It is quite disturbing that we see students and institutions closing and with students having to go home because of NSFAS inability to meet their financial obligations. These students were made promises of a free education, which is far from realization. This has a negative impact on them writing examinations. As a committee, we would have loved to have NSFAS during the committee presentation to answer some questions, but it was not to be. As tuition costs continue to rise, students are dealing with increasing levels of debt due to the extreme high cost of living. Many institutions are facing severe budget cuts, with some of them struggling to survive. Chairperson, the challenges facing South African higher education is linked to the wider crisis of poor economic growth, higher youth unemployment, and the paralyzing effect of the political crisis surrounding the ANC and government. Furthermore, COVID-19 pandemic exposed the inequalities within and between universities, as some institutions were ready to move teaching online and continue with the academic term, whereas others face severe constraints related to students' poor access to technology and poor socioeconomic circumstances. Chairperson, we note with serious concern what is happening at the University of Fort Hare, an institution that prides itself on producing a legacy of leadership, which includes former presidents like the late Nelson Mandela, Z.K. Matthews, Robert Mugabe, Mangosuthu Buthelezi, to mention just a few. The institution finds itself under siege from current leaders of the ANC in the province of Eastern Cape. The biggest issue is that lives have been lost. Vice-Chancellor Dr. Buhlungu and his deputies are under threat for standing up against corruption at the institution. We can't wait for the SIU investigation to get to the bottom of this calamity. We note corruption that is happening within the department. The alleged syndicate from the department, where SID TVET college students are paying a bribe of 2,600 rands in order to receive their certificates and or qualifications. Those who do not have the money are still waiting for their certificates. Minister, I'm bringing this to your attention to urgently address this matter as soon as possible. It is quite important to note that of almost 13 million applications for social relief of distress grant applications, 716,000 tertiary graduates applied. This is an indication of how dire the unemployment issue is, which also requires that our departments get together to seek a solution to address unemployment. Much effort must be put to deal with gender-based violence across our institutions of higher learning. It is the responsibility of the department to play an oversight role, monitoring institutions to ensure that they take full responsibility for addressing GBV on their campuses. Not all universities have sufficient means to deal with GBV, hence it is quite critical for the department to assist and guide to curb the scourge. It is, however, critical for the department to guide and assist the university to update and modernize many curriculum subjects to reflect new technologies and changing ideologies. The job market is looking for people with new skills and expertise. The department needs to make sure that universities adapt their curricula to meet these demands. There is a growing need to ensure diversity, racial and cultural inclusion. Student retention is quite important for students to complete their studies. Universities need to find ways to keep students engaged and involved in their education to reduce dropout rates. Mental health also remains a huge challenge in our student lives. All attempts and efforts should be taken to assist universities that cannot afford to ensure that we fight for the positive mental state of our own students. Assistance should be prioritized to institutions that cannot afford. I hope that the minister and the deputy minister are able to put their differences aside in the interest of student community in South Africa. These are but some of the challenges and solutions to some of the challenges that are confronting our higher education and require urgent attention. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Barker. We'll move on to Honorable Hadebe on the virtual platform.
Thank
Honorable
you.
Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable members. Honorable Chairperson, in the words of former President Nelson Mandela, I quote, "Education is the great engine of personal development. It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become the head of the mine, that a child of farm workers can become the president of a great nation." One close quote, one way in which South Africa's youth would be able to overcome the social and economic challenges they face daily is through quality education. However, statistics South Africa has reported that youth unemployment remained a problem, as 4.9 million young people in South Africa are unemployed as of the first quarter of 2023. Therefore, it is especially disheartening to see that this department only achieved 21 out of the 47 targets it has set for itself in the third quarter of 2022-2023. It is worrying that this department continues to fail at fulfilling its own self-imposed objectives. This has highlighted the need for the development and coordination of policy and regulatory frameworks that encourage and allow an effective and efficient higher education system, whilst providing financial support to these institutions and the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. We have noted some contributing factors to the department's failures in delivering its plans, such as delays in the finalization of the comprehensive student funding policy for higher education. Sadly, even students often reverting to protest have not spurred the department into being more proactive. Community education and training remains under-resourced, which in turn hinders its ability to expand and remain relevant despite the growing demand for short-term skills in our communities. The department allocating only 2% of its budget towards this program does not inspire much confidence that this will change in the next academic year and beyond. However, the IFP believes that all hope is not lost, because willingness from the government to implement actionable solutions can turn things around, but this requires political will. Therefore, we call upon this department to enforce stricter consequence management measures against officials that fail to meet their targets in accordance with their job descriptions. Honorable Chairperson, in consideration of the comments made, the IFP accepts the budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Honorable Lund.
Good afternoon, Honourable House Chair, Honourable Minister, members. Minister Nzimande, you ended up by saying it is the ANC that is governing. And you are correct. It's the ANC that are governing that is currently ensuring that there's a more than 30% dropout between kids that start school and kids that enroll for matric. It's the ANC that governs, that ensure that only 20% of kids can read for comprehension, as Honourable Ntube is a classic example of. It's the ANC that have brought down the standard of education that the higher education department then has to struggle to get oorbruggingskursus vir kinders wat universiteit toe gaan. That is the ANC that completely neglect the kids from the grade R level all the way, so that the problem is at a university level. And when they graduate there, it is this ANC that ensures we have an economy that's tanking, that people that getting through all the hardships, getting through teachers that do not support them enough, because the ANC government care more about SATU than they care about the children. And then when they finally get to the university, it is this ANC government that do not care about the missing middle. Kids whose parents earn just above the threshold that do not allow them to qualify for NSFAS, and then they fall the cracks. Kids that have made sure that they overcome all of the barriers that this ANC government has put in their place, and yet they are not supported after getting through all of those barriers, and they drop at a university level. It is unacceptable that we sit and we talk about higher education as if it is an isolated incident. This ANC government, Minister Nzimande, that you are so proud of, are failing the future of this country, starting at a grade R level. This extended irrational COVID regulations that this ANC government implemented ensured that triple the number of students dropped out than usually dropped out. And what are you doing to ensure that these students are getting back on track, that they actually have a chance to get to university, and then that they do not start on the back foot in the university, but they go and they compete with the best and the brightest of the country? I don't see anything that's being done in any of the 8 ANC provinces. Here in the Western Cape, however, there's the Back on Track program, where millions are being invested on getting students that fell behind, as the word says, back on track, to be competitive. That is why every year, this province where the DA governs produce more matriculants that qualifies to go to university. And Honorable Minister, if you do not start fighting that in your cabinet, I'm still speaking English. I don't know if the translation is not working, but I mean, that is where the problem lies. So I don't have a lot of time back, but if we've got 3 by-elections upcoming now in George, and usually you only see the ANC when there's elections coming up. So I invite you to please go to the by-elections in George. And when you are there, just last week, an ANC staff member was arrested for allegedly raping an NMMU student there at the George campus. So this ANC government that you are so proud of is the one that are failing the kids from the day they start the school till the day they matriculate. They fail them at university. And even if they overcome all of that, our economy is not working. And that is why we should start implementing the DA policies where you get the lowest unemployment rate in this province. Imagine if you can implement that across the rest of the country, how the future would look. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Malika. Honorable Malika.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greeting to Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, House Chairperson, Minister, Honorable members, fellow South Africans. Honorable Chairperson, the African National Congress debates today, which an understanding that the most effective and sustainable way to build an economy is through equipping people with the skills and know how to drive it. We have therefore seen our government and Minister Blade Nzimande working to strengthen the link between the skills that we develop and the skills that the skills the workplace needs. We believe that the targets set by our government can never be achieved unless all people are empowered through quality education and skills training. This brings a positive and impactful provision for active involvement by citizens in what we believe is a democratic process and in producing skillful workers in the economy. The Honorable Minister, on the occasion of the National Skills Fund breakfast with NSF beneficiaries, spoke on skills development and training that remains important in redressing the skewed South African education and the skills development trajectory, which was characterized by inequalities through over racist policies. We have seen the effects of apartheid discriminatory policies being redressed by the ANC-led government through the attention given to skills development. After all, it is important because it promotes inclusive economic growth. We are encouraged by the National Skill Fund, which is set to develop skills in the digital and technology sector through an innovation model that links payment for training and employment outcomes. The department set 1.7 billion to the disbursed by the National Skills Fund towards its bursaries program, benefiting enrolled students in undergraduate and postgraduate programs in scarce and critical skills for the benefit of the higher education and training sector. Moreover, about 5,000 students to receive NSF funding for undergraduate and postgraduate studies. In the previous year, the minister firmly announced that there were steps that were being taken to reduce red tape so that we can create efficiency and reduce unnecessary bureaucracy that often holds us back. This would mean that there would be more entrepreneurial opportunities. The National Treasury announced the development of skills for 5,000 for small, medium, and micro enterprises and cooperatives. Therefore, this goes to show the red tape reduction team in the presidency under Mr. Siponkosi has been working effectively with various departments to make it easier to establishment of businesses. Furthermore, His Excellency, the President, in his State of the Nation address, announced the process for the finalization and amendment to the Businesses Act to reduce regulatory impediment for SMEs and the cooperatives and make it easier for entrepreneurs to start businesses. Growth and the creation and job in our country economy will be driven by small and medium-sized enterprises, cooperative and informal businesses. Chairperson, it becomes important to ensure that our sector education and training authorities, SETAs, play a role in ensuring that implementation of the national skills development is met for our people. The government invests and budgets a huge amount of money towards this, which then means that it must function and play its role in leading the compliance of industries. It pleases us to see the ANC-led government that through our SETAs combined as a country, we managed to open a total of 52,701 learnership opportunities in the last financial year. Our SETAs combined opened up to 7,095 university student work placements and awarding 13,169 bursaries in various fields on skills in high demand. In the issue of skills development improvement in support of an inclusive growth path, Honorable Chairperson, one of the key ingredients for economic growth and competitiveness in the ability to attract skills that the economy needs. There are more than 3 million users registered on SAYouth.mobi, a zero-rated online platform for youth South African to access opportunities for learning and earning. His Excellency, the President, confirmed that this had been done in close collaboration with the National Youth Development Agency, which continues to provide valuable assistance to young entrepreneurs and work seekers. These efforts, strategic intervention, show how much the government is seeking to be responsive to this immediate need for intervention in the coherent and efficient inclusive society economy. In the previous year, the government spoke strongly of the value of the presidential employment stimulus in providing work and livelihood opportunities. It pleases us to get a brief from the State of the Nation address on the practical initiative that had been done, which has now created over 1 million opportunities, created over 1 million opportunities, reaching every province and district in our country. Niyibonile ke leyo ke ngoba nabe nabantwana ababhenefithile, Honorable Luthuli. We have seen several school assistants start work at more than 22,000 schools, offering dignity, hope, and vital work experience to unemployed young people. That it is a socio-economic growth we want to see as a country, and see programs as such that confirm as evident the work of an inclusive economy. More internship opportunities, skills program opportunities for unemployed and unskilled individuals in various sectors of the economy are needed and to be a priority. The ANC-led government, yiyo injalo vele, Honorable Lord, is a ANC-led government, has sworn want to have to those who are unemployed and give hope to those who have wailed too long. Apartheid has shaped and distorted the economic South Africa's rural areas in ways and seriously disadvantage Black communities through unemployed and landlessness. It is therefore vital that a democratic state established in rural development policy to redress this distortion and create opportunities for rural people through balances and sustainable development. Rural development forms an essentially component of the ANC programs for distribution and growth, redressing the current. As I'm continuing, imbalances in the provision of social services and physical infrastructure requires affirmative action in the allocation of resources. Updating the national list of occupations in high demands and piloting the provincial list of occupational in high demand in collaboration with the two provinces of Mpumalanga and Western Cape. This set target by the department is to place over 10,000 TVET college graduates in employment that have surpassed that figure and have more set a target for 2023 of 20,000 TVET to be placed in employment is quite impressive and should be applauded. We note that the minister played the Monday. He said, Honorable Baha, he said to have several times to our colleges principals that our TVET colleges will not be called a college if they do not have well-established relations with industry and workplace within their areas. The minister had since requested Director General Sishi and our TVET colleges branch in the department to monitor this very closely. Honorable members, training must be linked to economic policy and form in the integral part of the restructuring of the economy. Millions of youth South Africans are not in employment, education, and training. Our government must continue to prioritize the employment of young people in all our efforts. The government must seek and to expand initiatives that provide work experience for young people and offer support, finance, and market opportunities for young entrepreneurs. There is a need to link the provision of grants or to pathways into work, self-employment, training, and other form of economic development. This means more focus on training and artisanal vocation and technical skills, and encourage greater enrollment in colleges. TVET colleges must have modern and to update equipment on which students will train and acquire relevant skills. Chairperson, in the issue of skills development through CET, the massification of skills provision through community education training colleges is essentially for the training of young people and skills development. NSF launched its inaugural funding window focused on capacity building and for community colleges, which has been highly progressive. Angeke ngiqede. In the issue of graduates as employment created and innovators, the African National Congress has a call to all companies, departments, and SOEs to remove the requirement for work experience for young people seeking entire level positions. There will be an introduction to a remote worker visa and a special dispensation to higher growth startup. While the reform program is underway, we will continue to support public and social employment to provide work to those who need it. We are without doubt of the right track to ensuring our country is broadening skills development. We thank the department and Minister Blade Nzimande ngomsebenzi wakhe oncomekayo for his continuity work to ensure that education and training sector are progressively encountered for. Honorable Luthuli, njalo uma umela ngaphambili usitshela ngezigebengu nani nani. Sike saqela previous ukuthi ngoba wena uyazi nomnyango ofanele ubophe laba abagangayo. Sicela ngalobufakazi onabo ukuthi uye nabo phambili ukuze kuzosizakala ngoba iANC yiyo eze phambili ngendaba yekulwa necorruption nabo bonke abantu. Siyabonga namhlanje Honorable Lord ukuthi abantwana bayakhona ukuya ezikolweni emadorobheni ngalo African National Congress. Abantwana bayile bayofunda emaVets University ababengakhoni ukuya kuwo. Siyabonga Chairperson so African National Congress siyayisupporta le vote.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malika. We'll now proceed to the minister who will close the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Let me start by thanking all those who have supported this budget. Honorable Nchabeleng, Honorable Tsube, Malika, and now Pungane Nkathe Siyabonga. Honorable Lond, before you comment about education in this country, the Western Cape government must allow poor Black kids to go and study medicine in Cuba. You can't be depriving them and actually be telling us all these kinds of things. And also, I thought you were lost. You were in a basic education debate, not a higher education debate, which actually was yesterday. So it's very important that you stick to, the chair was kind to you actually. You should have been ruled out of order. I want to say to Honorable Nchabeleng, thanks for raising all these issues, especially around curriculum transformation. There is a lot that we are doing with our centers of specialization in TVET colleges, our university capacity development program, including the production of young academics that we identify at master's level, assist them to complete their PhDs. Also, I wish to point out that on violence in our campuses, in February, we held a campus security summit where we have identified a lot of challenges that we need if we are to bring stability to our colleges. What I don't like with the DA, don't say things that are not there if you are debating with us. Debate us on facts. For instance, there's no truth that there's 60% dropout of first year TVET colleges. That's simply not true. You're just manufacturing that because we have got nothing to say in response of the improvements that we are making in our TVET colleges. So it's very important that even on student accommodation, we are doing a lot on this. I've said to NSFAS, accredit more private providers whilst government is still trying to build college and university-owned accommodation so that we are able to expand and respond. It was us, by the way, who did research as to what is the extent of student accommodation in this country. We don't have to be lectured by the DA on that. We are the ones who actually did all that. Madlanduna, Honorable Luthuli, musu kusukela. Ngoba sothi uma sesisusa indaba zenu EFF nithatha amafikizolo nibafake eParliament, nikhiphe ingane zabantu ekade zahlala eParliament zaba khona. Yini into eningasichela? What can you do for South Africans if you can't treat your own members with decency? Ningawenzelana ama-South Africans. Honorable Barra, I agree with you. We want the SIU to do its work. In fact, if you ask me, my concern, the SIU takes too long to investigate. Like at Forte, they've been there forever. We are not getting anything that is coming out. We want them to move faster. So I agree with you there. By the way, we are the first department to have a policy framework on fighting gender-based violence, the Department of Higher Education and Training. And we have said all our institutions guided by that framework must have their own institutional frameworks. And we've got Higher Health, which is doing wonderful work in terms of fighting gender-based violence. So it is very important that we do those kinds of things, because 10% of gender-based violence incidents are in our sector. So that is why we are actually taking all these matters seriously. To the Freiheads front, we are not pointing to the past because we are trying to find excuses. The past lives with us. It was only in 1976 that the National Party apartheid criminal regime imposed Afrikaans as a medium of instruction to all South Africans. That was the spark of 1976.
Point of order.
Which was...
Okay. Honorable member, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Honorable Minister is misleading this House. He earlier said that our summation of the dropout rate in TVET colleges is not between 50 and 60%. Stats SA has confirmed that. Please go and check your facts, Minister. You are misleading this House.
But honorable member, just to remind members, please, let's really ensure that we don't use the point of order to debate specific points of views. In other words, don't abuse the point of order. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Minister, please proceed.
The last 2 points, Honorable Chair, thanks. NSFAS paid all TVET college and universities allowances yesterday. So, Madlanduna, if there are problems, bring them to us. Don't come and grandstand here. As a member of Parliament, you can phone me anytime. I'm inviting you to say there is a problem at such and such a place. We will address it. Don't make it and turn it into a crisis. It's like what the DA is saying. Our system is very stable. Our universities and colleges are very stable as I speak now. And thanks, Honorable Malika, for pointing out the various skills development initiatives that this government has embarked upon. Siyabonga Sihlalo.
No, thank you very much. Minister. Well. Thank you very much. Perhaps I should just at this point indicate that we're indeed very grateful and truly appreciate the presence of ministers. So thank you very much for honoring this appointment, coming over and in person to deliver your input and to allow us to have a space to debate the issues. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to the second order, policy debate budget vote 32, forestry, fisheries, and environment. I now call on the minister to come forward and address the House.
Thank you. Honorable House Chair, Deputy Minister Sochu, Honorable Tebogo Modise and committee members, chairpersons of entities reporting to our department, our Director General, Ms. Nomfundo Chabalala and team DFFE, CEOs of our public entities, honorable members present at this sitting and online. The tabling of the Forestry, Fisheries and Environment budget vote in this House today marks our last budget vote in the 6th administration. At the onset, allow me to thank SALGA, traditional leadership, scientific experts, and all stakeholders in different provinces who continue to work closely with us on many complex environmental matters in the quest to address the triple planetary challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental pollution. One considerable attention in this financial year is waste management. Last week, officials from our department joined business and civil society in Paris at the second meeting of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee on Plastic Pollution. The journey to the first global legally binding plastic treaty began in February last year, when the United Nations Environment Assembly convened in Kenya. A total of 175 nations, including South Africa, committed to developing an international legally binding instrument, including the environment, with the aim of completing negotiations by the end of 2024. In Paris last week, agreement was reached on a mandate for the preparation of a zero draft text of the instrument for consideration at the third session of the committee that will meet in Nairobi, Kenya in November this year. The African Ministerial Conference on the Environment, AMCEN, is the leading African group of negotiators, and we will jointly review Africa's progress to date in August. In our country, it is estimated that about 80,000 tons of plastic leak from rivers into our oceans as a result of failures in our waste management system. Severe financial management challenges mean many municipalities are not able to expand household waste collection, and some areas which previously had regular waste removal no longer have weekly service. In this financial year, we are reinvigorating the Presidential Good Green Deeds program to focus on cleaning and greening the provincial capitals. Cities included are Mangaung, Polokwane, Mbombela, Mahikeng, Solplaatje Municipality, Buffalo City, Nelson Mandela Bay, Sedibeng, West Rand, Ekurhuleni, Umsunduzi, and the Greater Cape Flats region, including Langa, Mitchell's Plain, Khayelitsha, Elsie's River, Mfuleni, Philippi, and Bonteheuwel. Our program will see the creation of 2,000 work opportunities per province for a period of up to 12 months to support municipalities in the provincial capitals to clean up dump sites, plant trees, and stop littering in selected streets. In these cities, additional support will be given to ensure waste management authorities have access to yellow fleet, and there is greater focus on improving landfill compliance and support for the diversion of waste to recycling activities. Honourable members, our recent experience of extreme weather events, including floods, storm surges, and severe storms, tells us climate change is already part of our lived reality. It is for this reason that the department is working hard to support provincial and municipal government to adapt to the realities. The aim of these interventions is to build climate resilience at local level and mainstream the necessary measures in provincial and municipal plans and budgets. The 9 district municipalities we have worked with include Mopani, Vembe, Capricorn, Sekhukhune, Waterberg, Gardenroute, Overberg, Cape Winelands, and the West Coast municipalities. We're currently assisting the Free State and Mpumalanga provinces to review and improve their climate change adaptation plans. Together with SALGA, we have worked to assist local disaster management to assess local disaster management plans and ensure these are adequately reorientated to take account of possible future-induced disasters in Bojanala, West Rand, Ilembe, Chris Hani, and the Sedibeng district municipalities. In Nelson Mandela Metropolitan Municipality, Sarah Baartman District Municipality, Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality, and the Amatole District Municipality, we have trained officials on the Ocean Vulnerability Index so that effective planning can be undertaken to prepare for storm surges and sea level rise. In the past year, we have also capacitated the Mopani, Mangaung, Madibeng, ZF Macau, George Kabi, and the Limpopo, Northwest, and KwaZulu provinces in the development and revision of their air quality management plans. Honourable members, I'm pleased to announce that in this financial year, our work is directed at domesticating the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, dubbed the New Deal for People and Nature, which was adopted at the Convention on Biological Diversity in December 2022. This will be achieved through the White Paper on Conservation and Sustainable Use of South Africa's Biodiversity, recently adopted by government. Honourable members, achieving the 30 by 30 targets will require provinces and municipalities to identify land that can be placed under conservation, while at the same time ensuring benefit sharing for surrounding communities. This year, we hope to begin the establishment of the Eastern Cape Grasslands National Park so that we can finalize that declaration in 2024. This new national park will be unique, as it is a collaborative development that will follow a new model of ownership, land use, governance, and management. To ensure full and meaningful participation of previously disadvantaged people in the biodiversity economy value chain, a transformation program has been launched within the biodiversity sector, focusing on traditional authorities, previously disadvantaged individuals, small, medium, and micro enterprises, traditional health practitioners, and various associations. In this regard, we are pursuing partnerships with institutions of higher learning, piloting offtake projects for community beneficiation, and enhancing government interventions to support communities to participate meaningfully in the biodiversity economy. This year, we enter into memoranda of understanding with the University of Venda, which, by the way, has already been signed, the University of Limpopo, the University of Mpumalanga, and the Walter Sisulu University in the Eastern Cape. So we develop the skills of previously disadvantaged individuals to participate in the biodiversity value chain. In order to implement the Game Meat strategy, our department is identifying 25 pilot projects, which we believe will in future generate about 3.1 billion rand per annum and create tens of thousands of new jobs. Working in partnership with the Department of Traditional Affairs, national and provincial houses of traditional and Khoisan leaders, and traditional authorities across all provinces, our department will support 17,000 community beneficiaries through the Novel Community Ranges program to assist traditional authorities to stamp out illegal exploitation of biodiversity in their respective communities. Honourable members, sandparks and their socio-economic transformation action plan further aims to support greater participation by Black-owned businesses, especially those owned by women, youth, and persons with disabilities in infrastructure development and commercial tourism opportunities. Other areas include supplier development, direct and indirect employment creation, awareness, knowledge creation and exchange, and meaningful land claim and beneficiation. To contribute to the expansion of the wildlife economy, Sandparks will donate 2,400 plains game and 12 high-value species to emerging game farmers in the coming year. Sandparks will also undertake a strategic review of all programs in line with the recommendations of the high-level panel. In this regard, the process of reimagining protected areas in close collaboration with the department has begun. and new models of both expansion of national parks and establishment of new national parks are being explored. In addition to initiatives to address visitor safety and combat marine and terrestrial wildlife crime in our national parks, SANParks has deployed the Sea Air Mountain team in the Table Mountain National Park to address safety concerns, combat wildlife crime, and enhance search and rescue operations. It is also in the final consultation phase of the baboon management plan for the Western Cape. Through the development of the SANParks Vision 2040, all South Africans can participate in reimagining and co-creating a new future for conservation through national protected areas. The focus here is on creating a future with diverse stakeholders, where youth in particular will play a significant role as custodians of the future. Given that SANParks will celebrate a centenary of its existence in 2026, the development of Vision 2040 is a great opportunity to recalibrate its future. Honourable members, following the release last year of the panel review report on the artificial breaching of the St. Lucia estuary in January 2021, the Isimangaliso Wetland Park Authority have undertaken a number of steps to address backflooding and the clearing of invasive species. Earlier this year, I visited the Duku forest and flooded community farms on the Monzi side of the Umfolozi River. Infrastructure projects being undertaken in the Isimangaliso Wetland Park, and met with community members in St. Lucia. A year ago, I made a commitment that the St. Lucia Lake, which is protected and managed by the Isimangaliso Wetland Park Authority, will no longer be managed as an isolated system which ignores surrounding stakeholders. I'm pleased to report that from my engagements in March this year, relations between the park management and the surrounding communities have considerably improved. Last year, Isimangaliso received 340 million from government for infrastructure projects, including road construction, the finalization of the office block, new staff quarters, and the development of new lodges. These projects contributed to job creation and socioeconomic improvement in an otherwise economically depressed area. Through the infrastructure and environmental projects, the park created 5,000 work opportunities, and more funding will be allocated this year to further address unemployment and poverty. Honourable members, without SANBI, we would not have the biodiversity information we need to make important decisions about sustainable use of our environment. In the past year, SANBI has successfully implemented its Biodiversity Human Capital Development Strategy, otherwise known as the Groen Sebenza Graduate Program. This program plays an important role in ensuring postgraduate scientists have integrated work experience. SANBI also plays an important role in researching and finding solutions to the problem of biological invasions. The latest report on the status of biological invasions will be shared with the public later this year. In the past year, we have employed 1,600 people through SANBI's ecological infrastructure program to clear 5,000 hectares of land. A total of 442 eco-champs were employed to protect our gardens and to work in the zoo. A total of 758 rural careers were also established and 206 research assistants employed. A key project involving SANBI is the Umgeni Ecological Infrastructure Partnership, involving government, business, civil society, and academia. In the past decade, all parties have worked together to plan and prioritize the protection and rehabilitation of ecological infrastructure along the river and to coordinate research. The initiative has included the Palmit Rehabilitation Project undertaken in partnership with the eThekwini municipality. Honourable members, the department's regulatory compliance and enforcement projects in provinces include training of provincial environmental management inspectors in all aspects of work. We also support provinces in enforcing compliance regulations and supporting interprovincial investigations where required. Today, the 8th of June, marks World Oceans Day, and the department is commemorating this awareness program through a marine science exhibition incorporating the SA Agulhas 2 Open Day. With regard to our work on oceans and coasts, water quality monitoring is being conducted at 30 sites in 4 coastal provinces. We continue with work on the Coastal Provincial Parks Agency to manage marine protected areas. And currently we are working with Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife, Eastern Cape Parks, and Western Cape Nature, as well as Isimangaliso Wetlands Park. Honourable members, fishing not only contributes to the national fiscus through commercial fishing operations, but it also improves the lives of fishing communities. Work to complete the appeals for the 2021-2022 fishing rights allocation process is progressing well, and the final appeals are set for finalization on the 30th of October. Once the allocation of fishing rights to small-scale fishing cooperatives in the Western Cape is finalized, small fishing cooperatives in all 4 coastal provinces will be further supported through training, capacity building, development, and infrastructure support. We have also created 1,500 work opportunities countrywide and 900 full-time equivalents in the coastal provinces through the Working on Fisheries program this year. These include activities to prevent poaching, small-scale fisheries mentorship, fishing harbour maintenance, alternative livelihood projects, catch data monitoring, and projects in the Hamburg community and the Charib aquaculture project. In the coming year, the Aquaculture Development Bill will be submitted to Parliament, while the National Freshwater Wild Capture Fisheries Action Plan for the 2023-24 financial year will be implemented. Honourable members, as I conclude, I would like to thank the chairperson of the Select Committee, Honourable Tebogo Modise, and all the committee members for your support for the department's programs in the past year. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to our Deputy Minister, Ms. Sotu, the Director General, Ms. Chabalala, and Team DFFE, the CEOs and chairpersons of the board and our entities for all their hard work. And finally, let me take this opportunity to thank our MECs and mayors who carry joint responsibility with me for ensuring a healthy environment. We look forward to a continued partnership with you as we build a new deal for people and for nature. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honourable Minister, honourable members, Untitled Chapter. Ngimeme uchairperson we-Select Committee Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resource and Energy, Honourable T.C. Modise.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Let me greet Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP, the Minister of the Department, Deputy Minister, MECs that are on platform, and honourable members. Good afternoon. Chairperson, 3 days ago, the global community celebrated 50 years World Environment Day, which celebrated annually on the 5th of June since 1973, to encourage awareness and action to protection of environment. The theme for the World Environment Day 2023 is plastic pollution, which is guided towards the calling for global solution to combat the pandemic of plastic pollution. According to the United Nations, more than 40 million tons plastic is produced every year worldwide. Half of which is designed to be used once only. Of that, less than 10% is recycled. Consequently, an estimated 19 to 23 million tons end up in the lakes, rivers, and seas annually. Allow me, Honorable Chairperson, to lend the voice to calls to tackle the plastic pollution and the need for all to be mindful to the consequences of the littering and its impact to the environment. Honorable Chairperson, this debate is also taking place a few days after we receiving a tragic news of the passing of our leader, the SACP leader, Comrade Howard Dibenze Yawa, who served the people of the Northwest with profound dedication and commitment. Yithi lala ngoxolo, mkhokheli wam, lala ngoxolo, my leader, my mentor. Comrade Yawa served the department of in various departments in the Northwest. He was MEC for Public Works from April 2004 until 2007 as an MEC for Public Works. In 2007, he was the MEC for Local Government and Housing until May 2007. Until 2009, under the late Premier Edna Molewa, may her soul rest in peace. After 2009 national and provincial election, he was served as an MEC for Public Safety under the premiership of Honorable Maureen Mudiselele, our ambassador. We joined the SACP and the people of the Northwest to mourn his passing and convey heartless condolences to his family and all the ANC and South African Communist Party at large. Honorable Chairperson, the National Development Plan envisages environmental sustainable and transformation within the context of an integrated and inclusive that is supported by the capable and developmental state. The ANC government has remained on course to ensure that transformation of our society occur, especially in the arena of economic transformation and job creation. The work of the Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and Environment is critical for the sustainability of environment, which must enable inclusive economic development. The sector also vital contribute to the gross domestic product and job creation. Inclusive economic development and environmental sustainability should not be seen as a mutual inclusive, but symbolic of degradations of the environment does not lead to long-term economic sustainability. The work of the department is also critical linked to the implementation of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan in relation to the development of the forestry sector and its downstream value chain in the paper and the wood industry and the ocean economy. Moreover, the promotion of green energy is opportunity for the development of new industry sector with job creation potentially, whilst at the same time providing the green energy security and positive contributors to environmental sustainability. It is not correct to place emphasis on our environmental concern as opposed to our developmental agenda, just as it is incorrect to place emphasis on our development agenda at the expense of environmental priorities. Getting to the correct balance is not always easy, Honorable Member, but it is necessary to strive to achieve the balance. The department has 9 programs in critical area to ensure that the department has ability to carry out its program and mandate in the different sector. The budget was allocated to department is 9.887 billion for 2023 financial year, which is a slight decrease in term. This means that the department needs to ensure that engagement is impactful and qualitative spending to ensure that its program are implemented and its performance targets are achieved. Honorable Chairperson, it is important that the department and all entities which report to it strive to achieve clean audit. This is also a measure to which budget and program can be measured in terms of implementation. Honorable Chairperson, the quality of water is a source of concern for many communities, and also the local municipalities struggle to supply clean water to people. Moreover, the discharge of wastewater is a matter of concern for communities. While the functioning of the discharge occurs through the municipality, it is imperative that the national department maintain a strong monitoring presence to ensure that the discharge of wastewater meets national standard, and testing of water needs to continue by the department. Municipality needs to enforce the prescribed standard before discharging wastewater, and the national department must continue to enforce the standards through the permit system. The landfill site increase being filled as and are being more expensive, especially in Gauteng. The cost of the municipality functioning landfill site is high. It is important that the municipality are able to ensure the separation of waste can occur to ensure that the development of recycling. Recycling of paper, plastic, glass, and metal cans should occur. It is an arena which empowerment of our people can occur. This is also important in relation to recycling of the plastic, as these do not decompose in landfill site. Recycling is an emerging sector in our country, and while reducing the volume of waste into landfill site, which is also at the same time environmental friendly. The department, in conjunction with the municipality, should develop the recycling sector as it is also income generating a job creation. Public awareness about recycling of waste and critical, it is a process of developing a sector in our country. In UK, the council issued a different bins for separation of recycling, waste, and collection of different bins on the different days. Expensive landfill site cannot be only solution to waste management in our country. Public awareness to develop a culture of recycling material will enhance the ability of the country to develop the recycling sector as part of green industrialization of job creation. Enforcement of environmental standard and regulations still remain a concern, as this is a municipality function with the national department setting standard and regulation and issue permit. It is important that these less pollute entertaining water, the wastewater and water treatment is critical in that regard. The air pollution around major industry area also important area for concern, as it impacts directly on the health of our people in those areas. The training of officials for ensuring environmental compliance is an important step in ensuring compliance. It is important that as part of enforcement, environment standards, there are also public awareness on the needs to adhere to the environmental regulation. The work of the department program is linked with that of other departments and ensure that a success of the work of the other department is environmental, sustainable, and economically developed manner. Therefore, it is imperative that there is coordination between the department and other departments, such as public enterprise, which has an entity in the form of SAFCOL, dealing with the forestry that can empower community, public works and infrastructure in relation to trying up fishing cooperatives in coastal community with the small harbor program. The world is moving to path of green industrialization and development. In here lies and opportunities. South Africa needs to keep peace and to honor its local environment commitment and international commitments. The department has 9 important programs that cover full area of environmental sustainability and implementation of program with the correct skill set as a personnel in a critical to ensure qualitative spending and getting value for the budget appropriate. Our work must not be hidden from the people for the people and the community, and they should feel the difference in improving their lives through the works of the department and its entities. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, the Select Committee will engage in enhancing oversight to ensure that there is an implementation program on the budget allocated in that department and its entity carry its mandate function. The ANC global government is to create a better life for all. It can only occur in an environmental sustainable manner where the development and transformation is realized. Honorable Chairperson, in my conclusion, let me quote the words of our late President, Dr. Nelson Mandela once said, open quote, "We must never forget that it is our duty to protect environment," close quote. Indeed,
Thanks,
the greatest,
Honorable Member, your time is over.
the ANC supports budget vote 32 for department, and we thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable C. Lapskaken, DA.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable members, Honorable Minister, fellow South Africans. A few years ago, climate change was a buzzword used by scientists. Today, we are all intensely aware of our environment due to severe weather patterns and the impact thereof on our immediate environment as well as our natural resources. Climate change has an effect on more or less every aspect of our lives. Therefore, the protection and conservation of our natural resources is essential. South Africa is a signatory to the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, which consists of 4 goals and 23 action targets. Target 3 calls for 30% of the world's terrestrial, coastal, and marine areas to be in effective protection by 2030. This implies increasing our protected areas, which is of great importance. However, with constant budget cuts, a valid question is, are we able to balance the expansion of conservation areas with ensuring that existing protected areas are well managed and fulfilling their conservation objectives? A recent report by the Endangered Wildlife Trust and VESA on provincial reserves in South Africa stated a growing concern that South African protected areas, which contains high biological diversity, are not fulfilling their conservation objectives. 50 challenges has been identified. The main challenge is finances that centers around funding, budget cuts, and allocations of budgets. Further challenges is the lack of capacity, lack of skilled and experienced staff, lack of resources, as well as problems with cumbersome procurement process and relations with neighboring communities. Furthermore, the department informed the Select Committee that provincial park agencies will also now manage marine protected areas, which might become a problem in areas where the management of provincial parks is already a concern. Minister, we call on the department to ensure this balance is monitored in the future planning of expansion projects, as well as to look into the recommendations of this report for assistance in the possible solutions to ensure the effective management of all provincial parks across the country. Minister, we welcome the improvements in the Isimaselingo Park as you've announced in your speech. Honourable Chair, the issue of pollution is a topic that has been addressed in various ways in many debates and oral question sessions in this House. Sewage spillage is a growing concern in many municipalities in South Africa due to a variety of reasons and problems ranging from inadequate financial management to maintaining infrastructure and effective waste management. The problem of load shedding is also contributing to that. We hope the landmark case of a conviction against the West Rand municipality will set a benchmark for compliance and enforcement on sewage pollution. We therefore welcome the increased focus on environmental compliance and enforcement aspects of waste management. We hope that the waste fracture project focusing on the top 40 landfill sites, mainly in the metros and adjacent municipalities, is the gateway to environmental compliance, alternative waste treatment, and opportunities for the private sector to invest in alternative waste treatment and create much needed jobs. The cost of landfill sites that needs to comply with the norms and standards in more rural communities is a contributing factor to poor management of landfill sites, as well as the establishing of regional sites. Assisting municipalities to buy a yellow fleet with a MIC funding is a step in the right direction. Minister, the negotiations with the National Treasury for a waste management grant is to ensure effective waste management, including alternative waste treatment, would be an enabling factor to minimize waste to landfill. We hope that these negotiations will be fruitful and successful. Another aspect that should be addressed on a bigger scale is to include projects ensuring greater access of all human settlements to waste removal services. Illegal dumping is a problem that needs to be addressed by all municipalities, all political parties, and every citizen, as leakage of waste material to the environment is an issue of concern for all of us. Minister, plastic pollution is another important matter, as you've already mentioned. According to reports from the department, the Extended Producer Responsibility, or EPR schemes for paper and packaging started the important work of diverting waste from landfill sites. 1.5 million tons of paper and packaging was diverted from landfill sites through recycling, recovering, and treatment. On this World Oceans Day, Minister, we should recognize that if we would like to win the war against plastic pollution in our communities, rivers, and eventually the ocean, we should speed up our efforts on plastic pollution by also expanding EPR schemes for plastic. Honourable Chair, in the Western Cape, fishing is an important aspect of many people's lives. The small-scale fishing policy and the consequent process of applications, cooperatives and effective management thereof is a matter of lives and livelihoods for many people living along the coast. We will have to fulfill our oversight responsibility over this process to ensure transparency and rebuild the trust of these communities in the process as well as in the department. An aspect that does not only contribute to the livelihoods of these fishing communities, but also to all South Africans, is the aspect of poaching and illegal fishing. The Marine Living Resources Act, Section 3.1, stipulates that this act shall apply to all persons, whether or not South African persons, and to all fishing vessels and aircraft, including foreign fishing vessels and aircraft in or in the airspace above South African waters. It is a well-known fact that the foreign vessels not licensed and unauthorized enter our waters and catch thousands of tons of fish without any consequences. These illegal fishing expeditions have a devastating effect on our stockpile with direct and indirect consequences on our various sectors and industries. It is also a well-known fact that vessels under Chinese flags are the most common of these illegal fishing expeditions. Minister, is the fact that South Africa is part of the BRICS countries the reason for closing our eyes on this practice? If it is not, we urge you to ensure that there are enough fishery control officers to fulfill their role and task according to the Marine Living Resources Act. If funding is a problem, I want to urge you in the department to elicit funding to stop illegal fishing to the benefit of our industry and our economy. Honourable Chair, sustainable development is most probably one of the most used phrases at the moment. We need to manage our natural resources with transparency, integrity, and honesty to get the cooperation of all institutions, organizations, and every citizen to ensure a healthy environment for us as well as our children. We can only do so if we do not compromise our commitments to conservation and sustainable development. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honourable Member. The next speaker is Honourable D.F. Pese, Eastern Cape Chairperson, Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform.
Greetings to the House Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, Ministers, the Deputy Ministers, all members of the House, MCs from other provinces, our Director General, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is an honor and privilege to be here today and take part in the debate on behalf of the Eastern Cape Province. It has been presented by Minister Chris. It is a budget vote that seeks to advance the interest of those that were previously marginalized. We have for too long lived with the environmental policies that seem to favor the minority of our society. Honorable House Chair, South Africa is one of the most magnificent environments in the world because of our rich variety of plants and animals. Our country is ranked in the top 3 most biodiverse on earth. The places on us as lawmakers has an enormous responsibility to ensure that all of us work together to ensure our natural environment is protected and that we are all able to live in the harmony with nature. This means that the sustainable use of our natural resources in the development of our economy and the upliftment of the lives of our people should not be such that it destroys the environment we live in. But most importantly, it means that our people, the poorest of the poor, must participate and benefit from the economic activity that occur in biodiversity sector. Our province, the Eastern Cape, is a treasure trove of natural wonders, boasting a diverse and breathtaking environment that is teeming with biodiversity. From lush forests, pristine coastal line to expansive grasslands and the dramatic mountain ranges. This province offers a rich tapestry of ecosystems that enchant and inspire. One of the most remarkable features of the Eastern Cape in its coastal line, stretching along the Indian Ocean. It is encompassing stunning beaches, excluded caves, and towering cliffs. The province is known for its abundance of marine life, including dolphins, whales, and myriad of fish species. The coastal waters also provide nesting grounds for the endangered sea turtles, contributing to their conservation efforts. Moving inland, the Eastern Cape reveals a diverse array of landscapes. The province is home to the world-renowned Kloof Mega Reserve, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. This vast wilderness area comprises rugged mountains, deep gorges, and pristine river valleys, all supporting a wide range of plant and animal species. It offers a sanctuary for many endangered and rare species, including the Cape Mountain zebra, black rhinoceros, and various endemic bird species. The Eastern Cape is also blessed with an incredible variety of flora. The region features unique, fragile ecosystems such as the Fimbion's vegetation type endemic to the Cape Floristic region, which is recognized as a global biodiversity hotspot. The province's nature reserves and national parks, such as Ado Elephant National Park and the Tsitsikamma National Park, showcase this remarkable flora diversity, offering visitors the chance to explore and appreciate the beauty of these natural treasures. With all these endowments, the Cumming-Motrey Global Biodiversity Framework and the subsequent white paper on the conservation and sustainable use of South Africa's biodiversity that the minister has alluded to could come handy for the province if implemented correctly and wisely. Combating wildlife crimes. Honorable House Chair, since the intervention programs initiated between national government and provinces to address the poaching of our country's wildlife, the Eastern Cape seemed to be winning the battle against rhino poaching in the past 3 years. We believe that this can largely be attributed to the cooperation and the continual collaborative efforts between national government and us. Policy, sandparks, National Prosecuting Authority, and the private sector. The newly adopted National Integrated Strategy to combat wildlife crime will strengthen and coordinate all efforts in ensuring that wildlife waste management program. Honorable Chair, we are delighted to hear that Fisheries in the Eastern Cape has been identified as one of the targeted, one of the most remarkable features of the Eastern Cape in its coastline. Apologies. Eastern Cape has been identified as one of the targeted provincial capital towns for the reinvigorated Presidential Good Green Deeds program. As the minister has alluded, this initiative is focusing on improving cleanliness in our municipalities. In supporting this initiative, The department has collaborated with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and other government departments to holding the sustainable development principles in the delivery of municipal services, especially around waste management and climate change. A prize money to the value of 1 million is dedicated to improving waste management services by the winning municipality and recognition for sound environmental practices. We are happy that industry and municipal support has been achieved through collaboration and partnership with DFFE, SALGA, MESA, and other agencies to host cleanup campaigns, recycling enterprise support program, and procurement of specialized waste management vehicles and equipment through ME funding. A total of 23 waste handling facilities have been audited for environmental performance across the Eastern Cape. 2 new waste management licenses were issued with additional 2 WML amendments, and the 2 facilities registered to sort, crush, bale and store waste for reprocessing and recycling. This also contributes to green jobs and reducing impacts of climate change by the waste sector as waste is diverted from going to landfill. The province is also engaged in the EPWP program, where we create employment in waste and alien eradicating sector, working with municipalities. The benefiting municipalities for this financial year are Matatiela, Mbashe, Raymond Mhlaba, Kokama, Dr. A.B. Kuma, Inokum Gijima, and Elundin local municipalities. A total of 613 short-term employment opportunities will be created. Climate change. Honorable Chairperson, we have identified climate change as one of the high-impact projects that we are focusing on as the province. This is because Eastern Cape is one of the provinces that...
As you conclude.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, House Chair. Last year, we announced that we were going to launch the climate change program. This work has started and currently a situation assessment is being conducted to identify the most vulnerable communities and what constitutes their vulnerability. The Eastern Cape Biodiversity Conservation Plan 2019 by provincial legislation last year. Province commitment to preservation will have the opportunity to that.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is
has
over.
To offer. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Siyakuba. The next speaker is Honorable MJ Makwala, EFF.
Thank you, Mama Ngwenya. Let me greet the Minister, Deputy Minister, the honorable members, and our guest. I hope the chairperson is going to protect me from the deputy chairperson of the NCOP. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters 10 years this year. It has been 10 years of advocating for the expropriation of land without compensation for equitable distribution, the nationalization of mines, banks, and other strategic sectors of the economy, the building of state and government capacity, free, decolonized, and quality education, healthcare, houses, sanitation, massive protected industrial development to create sustainable jobs, open massive investment in the development of the African economy, accountability, and corrupt-free government. And on our 10th year, we reject the proposed budget for the Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and Environment. You will hear the reasons, Minister. We reject the budget of the department whose mandate is to ensure secure ecologically sustainable development and use of natural resources while promoting justifiable economic and social development. Yet to date, there's no indication of this ministry fulfilling its mandate. Municipalities across the country are failing to carry out their environmental management functions. They are extremely dirty and not friendly environment. We know this to be true as we at the Economic Freedom Fighters had to intervene and initiate a man that was killed by the ANC government in Free State under Statane cleanup campaign across the country. Every Saturday, I challenge the minister to find a location so that next week, Saturday, we go and clean together, minister, with your resources, which is the Statane that is across the country every Saturday, which is led by the president and the commander-in-chief, CIC Julius Silo Malema. The EFF Statane campaign provides relief to underserviced communities across the country. Even in the DA-led municipalities, like the city of Tshwane, horrible, the city of Cape Town, George, Stellenbosch, Drakenstein, they are filthy dirty. To name few. Chairperson, the ironic is that the lack of waste management existing despite the national waste management strategy in places. Lack of environment management exists despite an annual performance stating that 300 councillors and officials were trained in waste management, but we still have municipalities that are dirty. Minister, Section 2J of the Marine Living Resource Act outlines, and I quote, the need to restructure the fishing industry to address an historical imbalance and achieve equity in all branches of the fishing industry. Furthermore, Section 18.5, subsection 5 of the MLRA states in granting any rights referred to in subsection 1, the minister shall, in order to achieve the objectives contemplated in section 2, have particular regard to the need to permit new entrants, and particular those from historical disadvantaged sectors of the society. These two sections stands as to cornerstone for the transformation of the fishing industry, and they enabled the minister to introduce the new entrants into various fishing sectors. Many fishers registered companies and made application to FRAP 2020. We now know that their efforts were in vain, as there is no way that this department will allow Black people to threaten the dominance of white monopoly capital. We are expected to go and complete in the lower leagues in a conjunction of small-scale fisheries sector. Minister, our people have been robbed for years by foreign companies that use our people as a BEE status, making millions and giving them nothing in return. I'm going to give you a company that is reside here about this later on. The Western Cape processes for the location of small-scale fishing rights, which started in 2005-2006 financial year, is yet to be concluded. Out of 8,500 people that were considered as per the court order in 2005, only 4,037 verification forms were collected, and more than half of the people involved in the 2016 verification process have disappeared. Most of our people have died while waiting for this ANC government to give them permission to fish. We have no choice but to poach. The people of Hermanus and Zwelihle have been the victim of not getting license and are forced to fish illegally. The Fisheries Management Branch has to date never delivered services timeously due to human capacity shortages. The FRAP 2020 became FRAP 2022 due to staff shortages, and only one phase of the appeal has been finalized. The fishing rights allocation process under this ANC government has been nothing but a fanatic catastrophe. Minister, I think this department's missed a golden opportunity when it handed PLENARY to the public works. It is a common sense that the most deprived section of our people are those in rural areas, like our people in Punakrof, Grabo. They have little or no land, little or no fuel, little or no income, and struggle daily with the burden of poverty. Forestry is a rural-based, and there is a natural link between it and the rural population. It can provide employment, building materials, fuel, craft material. It can provide opportunities and hope, and can add dignity to the environmental. However, there is still no strategy as to how this government will ensure broader participation in the forestry. Chairperson, why are the public hearings of the climate change bill being rushed in such a manner? In the most cases, the hearings are poorly planned, and many of those who attend use it to express their frustration with the ANC government. The EFF does not support this budget. Minister, to go back to one of the companies, Minister, I stand here before you with a proof here of old black men who have been exploited by a white Portuguese who seems to be highly protected in the fishing industry you preside over. I am saying this because the matter has been raised to the ANC way before the existence of the EFF, and somehow it gets overlooked and not given attention it deserves. This matter has equally been raised in your department and has been rejected. A case has been opened with police, but there is no investigation or follow-up on the matter. And now it has resurfaced itself to the shore of the EFF, and we sought to put it before you. There has been a group of black men who have been working in the sea for years, doing fishing for a company called Contrem Fishing CC, Close Corporation.
Conclude.
The company number is there, Minister. And among these men, there is a man who brought this matter to our attention, and the man is Tulane Alfred Tulung Matloga, age 76, reside in Canada and Gugulet in Cape Town, who has been made to sign document that makes him a 5% shareholder, but the man is not getting anything. Mr. Tlama was made to sign this document by a white male called Ferrat Jose Marvel Elvis, who resides in number 42 Grand Japfandi, Verde Street in Velgemont. Mr. Tloma went for years not knowing that is a shareholder, but continued to work, and he is not getting anything, Minister. And SARS is after this man, and this man has been treated badly. I wish and I hope, Minister, that you look into this case as our people have been. I've got the company number and everything, certificate I can share with you. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, honorable member. The next speaker is Councillor P. Ngubane Salka Mbomvu.
My greetings to the Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, the Chief Whip, and the House Chairpersons, Honorable Permanent Delegates, and Honorable Special Delegates. Honorable Chairperson, SARG, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister on this budget. Honorable Chairperson, SARG is very pleased with the support the department is providing in terms of local government support strategy and program which identifies important areas of support to municipalities. This is in line with Section 154 of the Constitution, which states that the national government and provincial governments, by legislative and other measures, must support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs, to exercise their powers, and to perform their functions. This is much appreciated. However, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Madam Minister and your deputy. As a sector, we need to reflect on the extent to which the available resources for environmental management are equitably distributed across the spheres of government based on the differentiated responsibilities. By resources, we do not just mean financial. We are also referring to human resources and expertise. For example, Honorable Chairperson, it is prudent to have your best waste management and air quality management expertise in provincial and national government when the function has to be performed at local government. At the end, this expertise has to come in as a short-term support measure to municipalities that are battling to perform the function, when they should in fact have been in those municipalities in the first place. Perhaps what we need to a comprehensive assessment of the financial resources and capacity that the country has for environmental management and how can it be more efficiently deployed. What is South Africa's expenditure on environmental management and how we are distributing them across the three spheres of government in line with their responsibilities? Honorable Chairperson, the work of the Department on Biodiversity and Conservation is applauded. Municipalities play an important role as both users and managers of natural resources and protected areas. However, there is a need to unpack the constitutional mandates surrounding biodiversity protection and conservation, as well as compliance. If local government is to become part of biodiversity and conservation response, then a lot more work is to be done to promote conservation, trained staff placement in municipalities, and to involve them in a greater manner in biodiversity initiatives. Often local government is either left out, an afterthought, or becomes tagged onto some other processes as a second-hand recipient of such information generation and sharing. There is a need to build a developmentally integrative and administrative capacities of municipalities for wise and informed management of protected areas. Honorable Chairperson, SALCA acknowledges that the nation faces serious problems with waste management, including unsatisfactory landfill operations, inconsistent waste collection services, and intolerable levels of littering and illegal dumping of waste. We also welcome the support provided by the Department to municipalities to improve waste service provision. This includes initiatives for improving cleanliness in various municipalities, procurement of waste infrastructure, and reinvigorated Presidential Good Green Deeds Program, amongst others. We would, however, like to bring to the attention of the Minister the need to consider reviving the cleanest municipality competition. It is believed that this competition is key in inspiring municipalities to work hard to accomplish a goal of cleanliness. The introduction of extended producer responsibility scheme for paper and packaging, electronic, and lighting sectors is a key milestone for the waste sector. Whilst it is understood that EPR may not be the panacea for all waste management challenges in the country, it is a positive step towards increasing diversion of waste and promotion of recycling. Lastly, it is crucial for the national and provinces to actively participate in the implementation of EPR. They must support the process by doing more than monitoring the PRO's performance. Honorable Chairperson, municipalities are vulnerable to climate change and related transition as institutions in addition to the vulnerability of their local economies and communities. They use vast networks of infrastructure to provide services and collect revenue. When the infrastructure is destroyed and dysfunctional, there will be no services, charges, income, and ratepayers may even be reluctant to pay property rates. If the transition to a low carbon economy does not happen or is not just and lead to increase in the already high rate of unemployment, it will result in non-payment of municipal services and property rates, as well as an increase in social unrest and vandalism of infrastructure, which is already high. Honorable Chairperson and Minister, Madam, to this effect, SALGA is delighted that finally our voice has been heard and the Presidential Climate Commission at its 6th ordinary session agreed to expand the representation on the commission to cover underrepresented sectors. Accordingly, SALGA was identified to nominate 2 mayors who have been appointed as commissioners representing local government in the PCC. We believe that local government should really be at the heart of South Africa's climate change and the just transition agenda, which will have profound implications for the future competitiveness of municipal economies and livelihoods of their citizens. It has an important role to play in supporting local just transition processes. Honorable Chairperson, SALGA is committed to mobilizing the whole of local government to step up and contribute towards a global ambition for climate resilience, putting people, nature first in pursuit of resilient world where we do not just survive climate shocks and stresses, but strive in spite of them. Honorable Chairperson, I listened attentively to the speakers this afternoon. I'm happy that the debate is getting fruitful and also the heckling is getting less and less. So we appreciate this as SALGA because we would like to observe and see a constructive NCOP and Parliament. As we are sitting there, we watch you very serious and carefully on what you are debating and you are exchanging on. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor Ngubane. Thanks also for your constructive contribution. We are now calling on the Deputy Minister, the Honorable Makotso Sochu.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I was saying that I'm getting shorter by day. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening to yourself, or good afternoon to yourself and members of Parliament. Before I can start with my speech, can I just indicate to the honorable member from SALGA with regard to the proposal that he had with regard to the competition on the cleanest municipality. We do have such, and our sponsors are sponsoring for those awards. I think last year we had 3 winners, starting from 250,000 per municipality to 400,000 per municipality. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the world, the link between environment and human health cannot be ignored, as some sectors of the economy show improved returns and economic growth following the COVID-19 pandemic. The World Health Organization in April declared that COVID-19 is no longer considered an international public health emergency. Therefore, this means that we can get on with the business of growing our economy, creating jobs, and improving the lives of our people. In the case of Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, this means putting an extra energy to, for example, ensure that our people benefit from sustainable use initiatives that do harm
the environment and that communities benefit from projects to grant them greater access to our forests. Chairperson, in the past 2 years, we have witnessed numerous severe weather events in South Africa, from devastating floods to prolonged droughts that can all be attributed to climate change, as the minister has alluded to. The Constitution entrenches the right to environmental protection, most notably in an environment that is not harmful to the health or well-being of all the people. To ensure that this right is put into practice, a number of significant strides have been made with regard to air quality management in terms of the National Environment Management, that is Air Quality Act of 2005. This robust measure emphasizes the importance of cooperative governance structures and measurable investment in air quality monitoring infrastructure, all key to ensuring that our air is breathable and not harmful to anyone. Our work through the environment programs enjoins us to identify and ensure implementation of programs that employ expanded public works programs principles. The EPWP is contributing towards addressing unemployment in line with the decent employment through inclusive economic growth by working with communities to identify local opportunities that will benefit the society at large. I'm pleased to announce that in this financial year, Chairperson, we created more than 71,000 work opportunities in the 9 provinces through our EPWP project. A total of more than 532,000 hectares will receive a follow-up clearing of invasive plant species, 115 wetlands will be rehabilitated, and 90% of wildfires will be suppressed. Chairperson, our work through the working on waste continues to create sustainable livelihood through recycling of waste, as alluded to also by the minister and also by Honorable Laboskachny. With regard to the greening and open space management, the environment programs restore, enhance, and rehabilitate open spaces, maximum measures towards pollution mitigation, improve climate change adaptation through minimization of biodiversity loss, and encourage use of greener technology to mitigate against the environmental degradation. Through the environment programs, we have conceptualized the in-house model, which allows the department to implement and manage each project using its own resources. These models enables the department to employ more EPWP participants due to savings on project management fees. It enables the department to be in control and ensure timely payment of wages. This in-house model facilitates direct partnership with local government. In so doing, Chairperson, the department pays stipends and UIF, whilst the municipality provide PPEs, tools of trade, and commit also to pick up the collected waste. As our people collect the waste, and then the municipalities must make sure that they collect that waste after we have then try and put together the waste. This is a true partnership in that both parties are accountable to success of the program. Honorable members, our department engaged with the National Treasury and the Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs to help the municipalities to buy, enabling them to purchase trucks for waste collection and landfills operation under the MIG. In order to accelerate service delivery to the public, I had the pleasure of launching the Waste Management Intervention Cleaning and Greening Project in Vryburg, Northwest, in your province, Chairperson, Modise. Honorable members, issues of waste and pollution are just as important as dealing with the challenge of good air quality. Pollution of our rivers, streams, the ocean, and the land leads to a number of complications, not only affecting human health as people drink from polluted water resources, but also through the seepage of chemicals in material dumped or burned illegally into the soil in which many plants their food. That is the reason why the department has placed so much emphasis on issues of waste management and is assisting local authorities with the development of skills and the supply of equipment to ensure that unsightly waste is collected and properly disposed of. Chairperson, Statistics South Africa indicates that a quarter of South African households do not have access to refuse removal services provided by the municipalities. Consequently, illegal dumping is on the increase, as we have indicated in the select committee some few days ago. Critical waste infrastructure, such as buyback centers, transfer stations, and landfill sites and waste trucks are not safeguarded and are subjected to vandalism and are not maintained, hence our department's intervention. An important part of our environment, Chairperson, is our forest. Forest is one of the leading sectors in our economy, that has capacity and capability to contribute to the growth of this country. Through the forestry sector master plan, we have placed the focus on interventions that will yield growth, investment, and the transformation of the sector. This plan is now in its third year of implementation. During the second year, we were able to improve delivery through increased availability of the means needed to ensure means were made to ensure the escalation of the implementation plan. Through this plan, Chairperson, state plantations currently managed by the department are being transferred over a 4-year period to the communities through leasing agreements in line with the National Forest Act. To ensure that communities continue to benefit from this initiative, the department will, in collaboration with the forest industry, ensure that post-settlement support is provided instead of us just handing it over and leaving them to fend for themselves. We will then always be there for the post-settlement support and the industry working with us. We have noted and appreciate that the process of settling land claims is a protracted one, and this is precisely the reason why the department has decided to transfer the plantation in phases. Further engagements are underway with DALRAT to find a way to speed up the process of land claims in commercial plantation. In terms of expansion of the forestry footprint to support the value chain, about 30,500 hectares have been identified to undergo the environmental impact assessment process so as to ensure that new afforestation can take place. Chairperson, as the 6th administration draws to a close, I'm reminded of the words expressed by the founding father of our nation, Tata Madiba Mandela, when he said, I quote, "I dream of our vast desert, our forest, all our great wilderness. We must never forget that is our duty to protect this environment." As I conclude, I want to thank the minister, Minister Barbara Uimbokoto. I've worked with ministers. I think you are my third minister. You are one of the best. Thank you very much for guidance. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our DG and our 6 women DDGs and our CFO, who is also a woman. Out of 8 DDGs in the department, 6 are women. Thank you very much, Minister. And thank to you, Chairperson, and thanks to the members of the Select Committee. You rock. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The lady from the Oranje Free State. We will now go to someone from KwaZulu-Natal. And we are calling on the Honorable LCBB to continue with the debate.
Nazia. Ngiyabonga sihlalo wendlu. Ngibingelele kuwena uMam Lucas. Ngibingelele nosihlalo uBaba Masondo, ngibingelele umphathiswa womnyango uMama uBarbara Grisi no sekela lakhe uMama Mekisuchi. Ngokukhethekileyo nama special delegates esinawo kanye na especially ama special delegates ase KZN KwaZulu-Natal. Untomkayise Sibidla noLusiwe Ngubane. Thank you very much to be part of this debate today. Kanye ke nozakwethu. Before I can start, Honorable Chairperson, I would like to pass my condolences to the family of Umam Ntomzotha Doris Kosana, who was buried in May 2023, Opepeni High Flats, KZN. She worked in the ANC underground with various leaders of the African National Congress, whilst remaining in the country when those leaders were forced into exile. She went to exile in Swaziland, Mozambique, Tanzania, and Angola. you name it. Lala ngoxolo mama wesizwe, wenzile umsebenzi wesizwe siyabonga ngamagalelo akho osifundise wona. Honorable Chairperson and members, the ANC has declared this year as a year of decisive action to advance the people's interest and renew the movement. This is occurring as part of the process transform the country from its apartheid colonial past and to transform the lives of the people. The ANC-led government has a program of transformation to reverse the challenges of poverty, inequality, unemployment, and historic economic exclusion. Inclusive economic development and growth, as well as job creation, needs to occur in an environmentally sustainable manner. The National Development Plan envision that by 2030, the country will transition to an environmentally sustainable, climate change resilient, low carbon economy, and the just energy transition be well underway. Honorable Chairperson, achieving this requires attaining the NDP outcomes relating to the transformation of society and economy, which is internally competitive, equitable, job creation, and sustainable, resilient, green, and low carbon. Thus, the NDP sets out a vision for promoting environmental sustainability in South Africa by making an equitable transition to a low carbon economy and transforming human settlement for improved local governance and special integration. Honorable Chairperson and members, managing the issues which impact on the environment in South Africa is critical, as global warming is a reality and incremental weather changes are not just a global phenomenon, but have also impacted on different provinces in the country. In the past year, incremental weather has caused flooding in different parts of the country, with the provinces of KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and parts of the Mpumalanga being most affected. Honorable Chairperson and members, the incremental weather changes which cause flooding in different parts of the country affected the lives of many communities who lost much through the flooding. This also had a negative impact on these provinces in social economic terms, as the flooding had the effect in disrupting social services and economic activities in these areas. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC-led government provided support to the victims of the floods and have begun ensuring and restoring of infrastructure in the affected provinces, especially KZN. Future infrastructure development. Special development must ensure that it takes cognizance of the incremental weather changes and the storm water infrastructure and wastewater infrastructure must be strengthened. As incremental weather changes, not only does it have a negative impact on the lives of our people, but also on the environment. Honorable Chairperson, the country still needs to develop the infrastructure to harvest rain to complement the current water supply. Disaster management plans need to be developed for the provinces, as this will assist the provinces which are vulnerable in incremental weather conditions. KwaZulu-Natal has got all those disaster management plans in all corners of the KZN. You'll find disaster management is always there. The Select Committee report notes that the department working with the South Africa Weather Service to ensure early warning capacity of disaster management. This means that in implementing the climate services framework to promote the rollout of an early warning system through media, television, and community radio stations, especially for the areas that are going to be affected and to ensure that they reach the rural and informal communities. Disaster management and infrastructure development needs to mitigate the effects and incremental weather in the provinces which are affected by the flooding. Chairperson, ensuring the safety of the people is a paramount importance. South Africa is a water scarce country, and wastewater treatment plant needs to be optimally functional so that it can minimize pollutant flowing into estuaries and the sea. Recycled water can also be utilized for many different purposes, and it currently being used for construction and on roads building. The wastewater management monitoring needs to continue, and the program strengthened as the end of the pipe monitoring process indicates if there are pollutants which being discharged in the environment. The permits which are issued by the department needs to maintain regulations and standards after the testing processes, and those that pollute needs to be held accountable. Honorable Chairperson and members, the floods in KwaZulu-Natal created challenges in accessing areas affected by wastewater spills, and all stakeholders concerned are attending to it. While there are concerns with the budget for water equality monitoring allocated to integrate coastal management, the department has been engaged in water testing. The department had been running the water quality programs for the past 3 years, including testing and monitoring the quality of water flowing estuaries. There has been notable progress made thus far, and this is appreciated. The continuation with the rigorous water testing by department means striving for constant improvement in environment standards. Chairperson, climate change has not only become an important issue of focus in South Africa, but it also a major global issue of concern. South Africa has both local target, which is must meet in terms of carbon emission, and global target and commitments. It is important, Honorable Chairperson, that the climate change bill is developed and brought to Parliament, as it is an important and transformative piece of legislation, which will realize the goals of the NCOP in creating a sustainable environment while ensuring that inclusive economic development and transformation occurs simultaneously. Green energy industry must be encouraged and developed, whether in power production or recycling, as part of ensuring a sustainable environment which enables the development of future generations. It is imperative that job creation occurs. The department and its entities are involved in many areas which create jobs, like those of the EPWP. Siyazi abanye bayifuni le EPWP banenkinga, but the African National Congress ensured ukuthi each department has got EPWP to create jobs. And others which are career orientated, such as South African weather and South African national parks. Program 6, Honorable Chairperson, of the department is dealing with environmental programs, which has a budget of the 3257.6 billion. This is nearly 30% of the departmental budget. It is this program that funds the work of the EPWP. Unemployed people and employed in this sector to remove alien plants and vegetation, which affects water supply. This contributes positively to water conservation. Honorable Chairperson, these jobs creating areas need to be enhanced, especially youth, women, and people with disability must be informed about these job creation opportunities, which exist in environmental conservation and environmental sustainability. Honorable Chairperson, indirect jobs are also created through the work of the department as the South African National Parks and Wildlife Conservation in a tourist attraction, and so are the costs of the country, which is linked to the ocean's economy. Communities must be able to access the jobs, as I've mentioned, which the ANC-led government is making available to the people. The entity that report to the department play a critical role in environment sustainability and the economy. The transfers of entity have increased from 1.313 billion in the 2022-23 financial year to 1.609 billion in the 2023-24 financial year. 4 entities experienced increase in their transferred allocation. The South African Weather Service, South African National Biodiversity Institute, National Regulators for Compulsory Specifications, and the Marine Living Resources Fund, while the transfer to 2 entities decrease. It's Mangaliso Wetland Park Authority and the South African National Parks. Honorable Chairperson, the department is injection capital amounting to 1.945 billion, up from 582.40 million in 2021 into the SAWS, that is 163 million, Isimangaliso, 189.6 million, SANPAC, 1.268 billion, and SNNPI, 325 million, towards maintenance, development, and infrastructure projects of the entity. These budgets are important, don't rush, important for the function, for the entities, for the infrastructure development. For example, the role of the South Africa Weather Service is critical for the function of the airport, for the landing and dispatch of the flights. It is also important for the early warning in the case of the disaster management, and also it enables planning for potable water resources possible through indicating the patterns of the rain. It is important, Honorable Chairperson, that the program on the oceans and the coast are implemented, as this will enable this country to access the ocean economy in an environmental sustainable manner. The Select Committee Chairperson will oversight the annual performance plan of the department and its implementation very carefully in the relation of the budget. It is important also that the department is able to report on the matter raised by the members to ensure transparency and accountability. Furthermore, it is important that the department also and its entities are able to get clean audit, as this is a measure of good corporate governance.
As you conclude,
financial control. As I conclude, Honorable Chairperson, there must be impactful spending from the budget as people on the ground and in our communities, whether urban or rural, need to feel the difference of the living lives of the ANC-led government in making, has made over 30 years. This period of 30 years, Honorable Chairperson, our glorious movement, African National Congress, managed at least to have skills, horticulture, environment officers, management officers, education officers on waste. This is ANC-led government who has done all those things. We never had that variety in the 300 years when people were gazing, telling us to take the stipulated skills, whereas African National Congress gave this variety of skills that we are enjoying today. Thank you very much, my chairperson. ANC support the budget. Thank you.
we are continuing. We are continuing with the debate, and I will now call on the Honorable Karin Visser to come and continue with the debate. Long time. The member from Northwest.
Hij staat nog steeds op 5. Hij staat nog steeds op 5. Okay, Honorable Chairperson, dear Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, and fellow South Africans, good day. Section 24B of the Constitution regulates the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries' mandate to give effect to the right of citizens to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being, because we did not inherit it from our forefathers. We borrow it from our children. Therefore, a budget must speak to the realities. Sadly, the realities are: number one, sewer polluted rivers and streams receiving raw untreated sewer, not complying with the allowed general legal limits of South African national standard. But who cares? We're destroying the rivers. Mfuleni municipality has been flooding the Vaal for more than 5 years unabated. There is not one river in South Africa not polluted with sewer and floating solid waste washing down to our oceans. Number two, toxic industrial effluent allowed by industries, of which Sasol decants vanadium into the Vaal, from where people of Gauteng and beyond drinks the water. Number three, yet the three departments, DFFE, DWS and COGTA, with their mandates, roles and responsibilities, the Constitution of South Africa, the NEMA, the National Water Act, the National Water Services Act, and all relevant regulations are in place to stop this humanitarian crisis. However, we see annually these departments adopt budget and reports despite the deterioration and destruction of our environmental status, failing to implement legislation. But number four, but in the process of destruction, human lives are exposed to the infringement of their fundamental rights, exposed to disease and an undignified quality of life. They live in sewer submerged properties, overflowing toilets and rivers of sewer and solid waste streets. However, here's your reality check. People protest the above and the mayor orders public order police, tear gas, stun grenades and rubber bullets, matter resolved. Number five, in the Twahin towns in Northwest, there is no escape from sewer, not even after death. The whole environment is constantly soaked in raw sewer. Graveyards are submerged with sewer floods. No green scorpions, no inspections, no directives, no penalties, and nobody cares. Number six, the majority of South Africans' accessible water is unclean, making the water vulnerable for water-transmitted diseases to exist. The continuous depleting and improper management and treatment of the natural resources have led South Africa to the state it currently is in. Number seven, another reality is the uncontrolled air pollution. 75.2% of South Africa's energy comes from the Highveld areas, where 5 of 10 of the 10 Eskom power stations, which are the largest in the world, is situated. The Highveld areas are above sea level, making the oxygen level 20% less than the oxygen level in the coast. The power stations Matla, Duva and Arnold exceeds the World Health Organization's exposure to particulate matter by 6 to 7 times during the winter months. The high concentration of air pollution is extremely dangerous to human health. Number 8. A report raised alarms over the state of provincial nature reserves, where protected areas critical to the country's biodiversity and conservation efforts are being badly mismanaged. Conservationists are gravely concerned about over the decline and the declining standards in South Africa's provincial nature reserves, which are in a shocking state, compromising the long-term survival of wildlife and ecosystems. Reality: perfect laws, no implementation. The department failed in its mandate to protect South Africa's environment. That is our cause. We have to stop that. South Africa, sorry to say, the ANC destroyed our country. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Person. As we continue, we will call on Honorable Hadebe to continue with the debate.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Permanent Delegates, Special Delegates, the SALCA representative, the IFP would like to acknowledge the positive political progress in the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment under the leadership of Minister Creasy. The department has been one that has been long neglected, but slow progress is in shape with certain projects. However, we still have concerns about certain divisions that are underperforming and that can and should be optimized through measurable key performance indicators. From audit reports submitted to the Portfolio Committee of the department, we want to highlight the fact that the department did not meet its performance targets. This concern was listed in the recommendations of the Portfolio Committee reports, which indicates that there is a need for attention to the divisions which are not meeting optimum performance, and we trust that you will give due attention to all the items that are included there. Honorable Chairperson, the IFP is additionally concerned with the decaying infrastructure such as broken fencing of some of our game parks around the country, especially in KwaZulu-Natal. There have been cases where animals from the Hluhluwe Follows Game Park have escaped and wandered into human populated areas. These wild animals are a cause for concern for many people as they fear for their safety and the safety of their children from being attacked. We must reaffirm our commitment to maintaining sanctuaries for wild animals to roam free as their presence is intrinsic to humanity. However, this cannot be all the cost of the safety of our people. I must reiterate that we are speaking for the safety of both humans and animals and call on this department to urgently address this issue. Our wildlife in this country, we all know, is one of our greatest assets in terms of attraction for tourism and the well-being of our environment. So simply stated is that we call on the government to attend to the decay of our game parks and even work on new models of how we would like to see them refreshed. Honorable Minister, whilst we look forward to your response to this issue and understand that it will take place in collaboration with other departments, we must also highlight the damage to the environment that overflowing sewage has. Our townships and rural areas in particular have a problem with environmental damage, which directly affects the well-being of our people. When sewage overflows or is not properly managed through treatment, there are breakouts of dangerous viruses that people can contract from the environment through rivers, food, and general hygienic areas. These are basic necessities that need to be addressed so that we may fulfill our Section 24 constitutional commitments of providing a safe, clean, and healthy environment. You know, one issue which comes to mind is the time when many poor South Africans make a dash for the beachfront during December, but especially on the 16th of December. It is a one-time in the year release for many families who have loved ones studying, living, and working far away from each other to reconnect and enjoy God's grace in a natural environment. Last year, we had major issues with the E. coli outbreak, which placed at risk many people and jeopardy much needed South African pastime. We need your department to play a greater
As you
role
conclude, honorable member,
and attending to the importance of making sure this environment is safe. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the IFP supports the budget vote. I thank you.
thank you very much, Honorable Hadebe. The next will be Honorable CFB Smith, that will replace Honorable Nana. Shoes.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, members and fellow South Africans. Minister, you are correct that this is your last budget debate for the 6th Parliament, but you forgot to say that this is also the last debate for the ANC under your ministership. Thus, you, as a minister, also quickly, also your time is running out. So you quickly need to abandon the ship as the Titanic is sinking quickly. But I want to say thank you, Minister, for the services that you have given to this country. And you are an exception of the ANC in general. That you actually try your best. Unfortunately, your ANC are dropping you as your equals in other departments are actively working against you or don't take you serious at all. Municipalities are now the main culprits for the pollution of our rivers and environment with sewer and waste due to sewer and waste due to system failures. Municipalities are standing by while highly endangered tree species are cut down for wood, and they do nothing to even try to curb this crime against future generations. On the other hand, budget-wise, Treasury is not giving you the money you need to do the work that you need to do. So again, you're being failed by the ANC there. The police don't know how to deal with crimes related to the National Environment Management Act and National Water Act. They play dumb and refuse to open cases when approached. And when cases are opened, dockets disappear. And a good example, Minister, is the cases that we even opened in Mokopane and your department, and thank you very much for the follow-up on that sewer that's been flowing freely into the Dorps River and Rooisvlot River, where your department came and follow up, also opened cases beyond the DA opening multiple cases before, and again, the docket disappeared, as you should also know by now. And as found out that this practice of dockets disappearing are actually happening throughout the country. It happens in the Northwest, it happens in Mpumalanga, and even in Gauteng. So, Minister, I want to know, what are you doing to attend to this undermining by your own ANC-run governments and the police? I'm sure that you are frustrated and fed up with this situation, as we all are. So I just want to tell you, Minister, not to lose hope, because there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Your DA membership stands ready for you to sign as we take environment seriously. And you will get full support from a DA-led moonshot-packed government. I will send you a link directly after this debate to apply, to become a DA member, and even a candidate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Smith. We are continuing with the debates. And we are calling on Honorable Ntube to continue with the debate. Honorable Ntube.
No, thanks. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the Chief Whip of the Council, the House Chairs, both Minister and Deputy Minister, special and permanent delegates present here. Honorable House Chairperson, since the ushering in of a democratic South Africa which enabled us a political freedom, the ANC-led government has a critical role to play in its program for the liberation of the majority of the people of South Africa, particularly those who were previously disadvantaged by the apartheid regime, and to deliver them from the economic bondage through our superior policy positions that we have adopted in government. The ANC-led government has developed programs for the economic empowerment, inclusive economic development and growth, as well as ensuring that this leads to the transformation of the lives of the people. The economic reconstruction and recovery plan is geared towards inclusive economic growth and job creation. The ANC-led government has captured this in creating a better life for all. The development of forestry and fisheries in an environmentally sustainable manner is a critical part of implementing an economic reconstruction and recovery plan. These sectors are major sectors of the economic development and job creation and allows for the development of green industry through the expansion of the value chain. Honorable members, it is imperative that the department is able to execute its mandate in relation to the forestry and fisheries, as well as to work with small business development, public enterprise and public works and infrastructure to ensure that those communities which have economically empowered in the forestry sector and fishery sector are able to develop viable ventures from the opportunities which the ANC-led government is making available to them to ensure the economic empowerment, inclusive economic development is realized. This cooperation is important for the development of forest and fisheries sector to occur in an environmentally sustainable manner. Honorable members, Program 8 deals with forestry management, and this program develops and facilitates the implementation of policies and targeted programs to ensure that sustainable use and management of forest and state plantations. This program has a budget of 586 million, and the allocation to the forestry branch make up to 7.7 of the departmental budget. The program reorganized some sub-programs that resulted in the creation of 2 sub-programs, the forest land management and post-settlement support, and forestry policy management, thus increasing the number of sub-programs to 4. The bulk of the budget, 57%, goes to the forest land management and post-settlement support sub-program, where the bulk of the program workforce is located. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, this is in order to transfer the land to communities and ensure that land claim settlements are concluded. 24 communities have been earmarked to receive plantations which are going to be transferred to them. These communities are going to be supported by the very same department through 2 chief directorates, one responsible for forestry development and the other responsible for forest land management and post-settlement support. The department will assist the recipients of communities to develop management plans and to identify what is required for the plantation to be sustainably managed. The department stated that it is also working with CETA, responsible for forestry and manufacturing, to identify the skills required and to ensure that the funding received is used for training to manage the plantations. Honorable members, the industry master plan will ensure that there are industry players linked to support the communities in terms of technical advice and funding to ensure economic success and development of this forestry project is in the good hands of our communities. It is important that these communities are linked to SAFCOL, which is a state-owned enterprise which is performing well in the forestry sector. However, this is important for the transformation of the forestry sector. This sector has added potential of the downstream industry value chain for the wood manufacturing. Artisans are being trained in carpentry through EPWP program. These ingredients need to be brought together to ensure that there is a green industry in wood, furniture, and paper industry can occur, which has a job creation potential in our country. This is the transformation unfolding before our eyes in the forestry sector, which all of us must appreciate. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the forestry program is also aligned with climate change mitigation strategies in mind. It is important that the asset base which the country has created in the forestry industry is now protected through the National Veldt and Forest Fire legislation, which has recently amended to ensure that there is a response at the local and other levels to deal effectively with veldt fires, as the country has had a number of devastating fires on the garden route of forest. Immediate response of the fires and coordinated action prevents the spread of fires and protects the country's natural resources. Program 9 members deals with fisheries management, which is geared to ensure the sustainable utilization and orderly access to marine living resources through improved management and regulation. This program has a budget of 625.2 million, which constitute about 6.3 of the total departmental allocation. The overall budget was increased by 70.5 million, which compared to the 2022 budget allocation. The economic empowerment of small fishing cooperatives in coastal communities in the Western Cape and other provinces is a critical part of developing oceans economy in a sustainable manner and forms an important part of implementing economic reconstruction and a recovery plan. The list of successful small-scale fishers applicants has been published, and the next step is appeals process, which was open until Friday, 28th of April, 2023. Thereafter, the Minister's Appeals Authority will consider the appeals. Parallel to that, there will be a commencement of the establishment of small-scale cooperatives. The department needs to identify distinct small-scale fishing communities. Honorable members, the department stated that it anticipates that there will be about 80 small-scale fishing communities to be recognized in the Western Cape, and based on the number of successful applicants, it is estimated that about 60 small-scale fishing cooperatives will be registered between now and October this year. This program will need to be extended to communities in other provinces where small harbors are going to be developed. It is important that department works with public works who are engaged in small harbor development. Small harbors will enable success of small-scale cooperatives. This is also important part of developing oceans economy in a sustainable manner based on the master plan. There must be an integrated approach to the development of a small-scale fishing cooperative with other departments developing the ocean economy. Honorable Chairperson, the Select Committee will monitor this process closely as the fishing industry in the country has been dominated by large companies with small fishing communities crying out for assistance to enter the industry. The department's plan is certainly progress in the right direction for empowering small-scale fishing communities. This is transformative in terms of improving the lives of our people. Air quality management is critical in relation to the control of carbon emission into the atmosphere. While the national department has set a standard and regulation, but the emission licenses are in purview of district municipalities. Monitoring of air quality remains an issue as a country needs to reduce its carbon emission. Members, coal power stations need to ensure a reduction in carbon emission, and there's a pending compliance case of Kendall Power Station handled by Nkangala District Municipality. The department will review this process prior to granting the district municipality permits for emissions. A total of 7 sectoral emissions targets will be issued this year, and they are for energy, transport, DTIC, agriculture, human settlement, water and sanitation, and DWFE. Air quality management must improve as this has an impact on health of communities and need to be monitored and really enforced. It is imperative that the correct balance is found between ensuring sustainable environment and economic development. Given the history of the country, the program of the ANC is geared towards transformation to ensure that correction of the historical injustice of apartheid colonialism. This means dealing with challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment and historical economic exclusion. Therefore, inclusive economic development and job creation is critical. There are many opportunities starting to emerge through emerging green industry. The department, in cooperation with other departments, needs to ensure that opportunities are enhanced. Members, the opposition does not see the necessity for ensuring the balance between environmental sustainability and inclusive economic development. Opposition parties take different positions, from supporting the status quo to state fundamentalism, none of which gets a country to be land of milk and honey. We will engage in an oversight on the implementation of the programs in relation to the budget. It is imperative that entities are able to deliver on the mandates and priorities. It is imperative that the department and entities are able to get clean audit as it is a fundamental, efficient implementation of the program. Honorable Minister, we have about more than 3,000 of the ocean. It is high time that we build a university of maritime to equip our people with necessary skills to benefit from the ocean's economy, and apologetically open up the door of ocean economy to those who were previously disadvantaged by the apartheid regime. As the ANC, we support this budget vote. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Nsube. We will now call on the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Barbara Creasy, to conclude the debate. Honorable Minister.
Few more minutes, Honorable Speaker, because I didn't use all my minutes. You don't do that here, right? First of all, let me thank all honorable members for the important issues relating to climate change, biodiversity and loss, and pollution that all of you have raised. And I believe that these are issues that must be of concern to all South Africans and should not be handled on a party political basis. Let me also say to you that Honorable Senzo Mchunu is the Minister of Water and Sanitation, and he is responsible for the issues pertaining to quality of water and also sanitation spills. I think he's actually doing a very good job, and I think that he is significantly taking over some of the very problematic situations that exist, recently having reached a good agreement with regard to sanitation spills in Hammanskraal. But nevertheless, I can share with you that in the past year alone, we have issued 26 compliance notices to municipalities with regard to sewage spills, and quite a lot of these have subsequently resulted in reports to the South African Police Services. Believe it or not, some of them are even your municipalities, so I wouldn't be such a clever character if I were you. Let me start off and say that
Point of order.
I
Point of order, Chair.
agree with the
Point of order. Sorry, point of order.
Yes, Honorable Member, you want to rise on? Honorable Minister.
I'd just like to remind the Honourable Minister that we have a decorum in this house, and if she's going to refer to me,
Honorable Member, if this is a point of order.
if she's going to refer to me as a
take it, but
character,
can you
she should say honourable character. Thank you very
please
much.
sit down? You please sit down. Thank you. I think you missed the spots of the whole week. That's why you start now, Honorable Minister.
Honorable character. Let me Let me say that I share the concern with regard to the financial situation in provincial protected areas. I think that unfortunately, as budgets are cut, sometimes environmental issues are not regarded as priorities. I think what is very exciting is the Eastern Cape Grasslands National Park that I was speaking about. It's a new way of financing protected areas, and I think that it's something we should all be watching closely because it's in partnership with the private sector and it has this concept of stewardship, which I think might help us achieve our 30 by 30 goals. Honorable Hadebe, I'm very concerned about the lions escaping from Mfolozi. That's why I went there and examined that fence line, and it's also why we are contributing 40 million in this financial year to try and fix it up. Honorable, there were issues raised about illegal fishing. Let me say that I'm very pleased that we now have the National Integrated Strategy to combat wildlife trafficking. And we are working closely with Minister Aaron Motsoaledi because in phase 2 of the Border Management Authority, we want to start to deal with this issue of our extensive sea borders and some of the concerns that honourable members are raising. Let me say that with regard to Mr. Mkotla's case, the honourable member in the National Assembly did bring this to us before, but Minister Patel is telling me that there are things we can do about fronting. Let me come back to you because I think this is a very clear case of fronting. There's no truth that the fishing industry ownership is not transformed. On average, 78.4% of fishing companies are black owned, and there are there's an average of about 40 to 50% female ownership. So I think that would not be correct. Before I sit down, Honorable Smith, I joined the African National Congress in 1979. Thanks for your offer to join the DA. I'm not looking forward to taking it up. I believe the National Democratic Revolution still has a long way to go, and I believe the ANC remains the most important vehicle for socio-economic change. Thank you very much, honourable members.
Thank you very much. Honourable delegates, that concludes the debate. But before I thank the ministers and everyone present, I also just want to express our sincere condolences to the family of the mayor of Modimolle, Mokgopong, Ms. Marlene van Staden, as well as to the DA, the party that she was affiliated to. And we also, since Mama Bibi reminded us of the passing of Mam Doris, who was one of our veterans of the ANC, I also want to express our sincere condolences there too. Throughout the week, we've been speaking about Honorable Jumat Peterson, someone that I worked with for possibly almost 20 years in the Northern Cape. I want to thank members for the compassion and for the fact that in spite of our differences, that there is issues that unite us as South Africans. So that is what I just wanted to say. I know it's because we don't have, in this few weeks, we didn't have motions. It's possibly why members could not really raise things of common interest. So that concludes the debate and the business of the day. Let me thank the ministers, the deputy ministers, the permanent delegates, MECs, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and all of you that availed yourself for the sitting today. Remember, we still have a program tomorrow. The House is adjourned. Thank you.